Hi, good morning, everyone. We're going to go ahead and get started. My name is Pam Gregory, and I'm the co-chair of the Video Programming and Accessibility Advisory Committee from the FCC staff. I'm here with my colleague, who is the other co-chair, Allison Neplock. And before we actually started, I wanted to give people a heads up. I sent an email out last night to members, and it didn't go through. Steve Jacobs resent it, and it should be on your email addresses. If you're not a member of VPAC and you want a copy of the documents, please let us know. We have some flash drives, but we just need them back because I started off with 10 and now I have 7. Okay. And right now I'm going to pass it on to Wayne Luplow, who is one of the co-chairs of the VPAC.
Good morning. Wayne Luplow, employed by LG Zenith. My co-chair here, Larry Goldberg, WGBH, National Center for Accessible Media. You have such a long name that...
small font.
Yes. Welcome to everyone. Just a very quick note to those of you who are not sitting at this horseshoe table and sitting in the back. The plan is for the working group that is first up to sit at the table in the front, and when we move to the other working groups, at that point in time we'll do some swapping, and your working group, if you are on a working group, will move up to the table complete with signs, and the ones that are currently here will be put in more into the background for that purpose. That's the seating plan in case it is not obvious by now. So we have working group 4 at the head table. One of our first items on the agenda here is to point out that there are people who are participating on a phone bridge. Are we assuming that that's active? Is there anyone on the phone bridge?
Hi, yes.
Okay, thank you very much. At least we know that the phone bridge is active. We have a first of all, we probably should do a little bit of a roll call, and what I'd like to suggest is that I'm going to go down the list and name off the folks that are the primary person from their company, and if so, would you just perhaps, if it's possible, to stand up and say hello, nothing else to be said. If the primary person is not present and there is an alternate here, that's an opportunity for the alternate to stand up at that time. I'm looking for my list. Here it is. Thank you. And again, I apologize for any names that I brutalize. It's not done on purpose, and please bear with me. First of all, Adobe, present or not?
Hello.
Okay. Alliance for Telecommunication Industry Solutions, ATIS. I'm sorry. That's not what we plan to do, but we can do that. Okay, Karen is suggesting that instead of going down the roll call, maybe we just go around and introduce ourselves, both staff and members. Yes, just name an organization. Maybe we could start then going to my left here on the table. Jeff?
Sure. Testing. Testing. Do we have the mic? There we go. Good morning, everybody. I'm Jeff Nudak from Motorola.
Good morning, Mark Turlitz here, CBS Television.
Good morning, Brad Hodges, American Foundation for the Blind.
John Card, EchoStar Technologies.
Jeff Cantrell, Bright House Networks.
Charlie Kennemer, Comcast.
Brian Markwalter, CEA.
Steve Watkins, Cox Communications.
Naomi Black, Google.
Steve Jacobs, Ideal Group.
Anne Marie Rohali, Microsoft.
Andy Scott, NCTA.
Paul Hardy, Sony.
Mark Iyer, Sony.
Heather York, ViTAC.
Adam Goldberg for Rovi. Adam Powers is not able to make it today.
Good morning.
Greg Fields, Research in Motion.
Farrell Hapner, NVRC.
Joe Gordon, Center for Hearing and Communication.
Jerry Parkins, Comcast Cable.
Joanne McCann, United States Department of Education.
María Díaz, DICAPTA Closed Caption Latina.
Carol Colmenares, DICAPTA Closed Caption Latina.
Judy Matthews, DICAPTA Closed Caption Latina.
Excuse me, right now we're introducing members only, members of the VPAC only. Thank you.
Members and alternates,
John Gabrish, FCC.
Alan Stillwell, FCC. I'm a co-chair of Working Group 3.
Ira Keltz, FCC.
Leo Velasquez, AT&T.
Sid Hoffman, CPC Closed Captioning.
Mary Frances Evans, Iowa Radio Reading Information Service for the Blind and Print Handicapped, Inc.
Chris Crosgrove, Caption Colorado.
Olu Akiwumi Asani, Verizon.
Beth Nebby, National Captioning Institute.
Bob Byer, ViTAC.
Kelly Williams, National Association of Broadcasters.
Rosaline Crawford, FCC.
Marlena Lieberg, American Council of the Blind.
Linda Kinney, MPAA.
Joel Snyder, Audio Description Associates, Working Group 2. Vince Roberts, Disney ABC Television.
Glenn Goldstein, Viacom, Working Group 1.
Clyde Smith, Turner Broadcasting System.
Greg Barnes, Digital Media Association.
Bob Gabrielli, DirecTV.
Bill Bout, CEA.
Diane Burstein, National Cable and Telecommunications Association.
Jill Luckett, NCTA.
Andrew Kirkpatrick, Adobe Systems.
Okay.
John, introduce yourself.
Hi there. John
Hey.
Herzog, Federal Communications Commission.
And Allison Neplock, FCC.
Okay. Thank you.
And on the
Just a couple of other quick housekeeping. Oh, I'm sorry. Anyone on the phone, VPAC member that would like to introduce themselves?
This is Judy Brewer with the World Wide Web Consortium, the Web Accessibility Initiative. Thank you.
Next.
This is Louis Herrera with the American Institute for Prevention of Blindness.
Yeah.
This is Ken Herenstein from Google.
Anyone else on the phone?
From Microsoft.
Okay. Last call, anyone else on the phone? Thank you. I'd like to thank both Google and Adobe for providing the funds for the food today. This is a voluntary contribution, and we thank them for doing that. Moving forward, I'd just like to remind everyone that while we still have 3 active working groups, the final reports come from the VPAC as approved by the VPAC in total. So I think each working group just needs to be reminded that their activities need to be completed, I would call it a draft, in a very adequate time to allow everyone in the VPAC to get things together in time to meet the final dates. And we'll talk more about it in the individual working groups, but a date of about February 1st is a good target for every working group to have their draft report prepared and circulated to the entire VPAC. And we'll talk more about that going forward. Also going forward, we have picked some tentative potential dates for the next full meeting of the VPAC in this room. Those dates are February 8, 9, and 10. We have a little survey sheet that will be passed out shortly if it's not being done now, and we'll certainly try to go with the majority. And when you get that sheet, please just indicate the dates that you can make or the dates that you can't make, and the staff will sort through that going forward to make sure that everything that we can accommodate at least the maximum number of people. Charlie? The question is it to, is the expectation to check every date you can make or the preferred date?
Every day.
Every date that you can make should be checked. Thanks for that, causing that clarification. We have set aside a couple of rooms if anyone needs to have some private conversation of 2 or 3 or 1 or what have you, and I think the best bet on that is for you to see someone from the staff, and they can point you in the right direction for those rooms. I think that concludes that I'm going to call the housekeeping activities. Larry, do you have any words of wisdom?
No, not a chance this early in the morning.
Not a chance. Larry has been just digging out from a little bit of a snowstorm, I guess they had up in the Boston area. Okay, you all have an agenda. And I believe the next item on the agenda then is a presentation from Karen Pelt-Strauss.
Is there a question over there?
Yeah, so sorry. Oh, there we go. The agenda that was emailed a few weeks ago was a draft. Is there any changes other than swapping working groups? Okay, thank you.
No.
Okay, each of you should have an agenda. If you don't, let us know and we'll get you one during the break. Hi, I'm Karen Pelt-Strauss. It's wonderful to be here today. First, I want to welcome you here and say that I hope that you enjoy our new cafe-style arrangement. Hopefully you'll find it inviting. I apologize to those of you who I have my back to. Think of it as kind of theater in the round. Thank you again for coming here. We realize that you do this on your own time, on your own dollar, and we really appreciate the incredible work that you've been putting into this. We are following, as you know, each of the committee's work, and we cannot thank you enough for your time and effort. We hope that you make the most of your face-to-face time here. And I want to thank as well the FCC, the incredible FCC staff who makes these meetings look effortless. They take a lot of time and effort and energy, and everything goes so smoothly all the time because of their professionalism. I particularly want to thank Pam for the effort that she puts into this and the goodies that are sitting on your table, which I wish I could say were complimentary from the Commission. However, given that we go budget to budget on almost a daily basis these days, it's not from the FCC, it's from Pam. So and from her kids. So please enjoy. When you feel your sugar levels getting low, know that there's assorted candies on your table. I'm just going to run down really quickly because we have a very tight agenda of some of the things that the Commission has been doing since we last met. For those of you who have been keeping track, you know that we've been very busy. We just celebrated on Friday one of the most exciting events that the Commission has ever had, the first ever Chairman's Awards for Advancement and Accessibility, which awarded Chairman Awards to innovators, scientists, researchers, professionals that have taken the time and effort to develop innovations in accessibility. We actually have these still in our Technology Experience Center, which is down the hall. We encourage you to visit that during a break or during lunch. You'll see an array of fascinating technologies designed to expand communications and video programming access. At the same time, on Friday, we launched the new FCC's Accessibility Clearinghouse, a clearinghouse that is required by the CVAA, and I'm sure that by now you all know what the CVAA is, but as an attorney I like to spell things out first. The 21st Century Communications and Video Accessibility Act required us to have this clearinghouse of accessible products and services. We encourage you to visit it. You can go to our homepage, type in Accessibility Clearinghouse, and you should be able to find the link to it. I want to also tell you about some upcoming events that are happening. On December 5th, we are partnering with G3ITC in two conferences, one held on December 5th and 6th called the M-Enabling Summit, which is dedicated to exploring accessible wireless technologies. We're going to be having hundreds of people from across the world, delegates from across the world, come to the Commission. We are so proud that they're coming here. They see us and the legislation and work that we do as a model for the world in terms of accessibility, and we'll be very pleased to host them. On December 6th, or rather December 5th in the morning, they're going to be here for the remainder of their conference, which is the afternoon of the 5th and all of the 6th. They're going to be at the Gaylord National Resort and Convention Center. The event here is free and open to the public. The event at the Gaylord Center, however, there's a fee for. On the 7th, we are again partnering with this group for another international conference called Broadband Strategies for Persons with Disabilities, and that is exactly what it is. It's about broadband, looking at an international inquiry into broadband issues. And again, we're being looked at as a model, and hopefully we can provide some guidance and share some views and thoughts about how to expand access to broadband for people with disabilities. I think that we can also learn from many of the extraordinary efforts made in other countries. We also have released a series of proceedings. I'm just going to run down these. I would imagine that most of you are familiar with many of them, but in case you missed any, on October 7th, we released a report and order to require access to advanced communication services as required by the CBAA. At the same time, we have a further notice of proposed rulemaking attached to that item that seeks input on a number of issues, including video conferencing, mobile web browsers, and application of a small business exemption that's in the law. The comment dates for this are not yet set. Stay tuned. By now, hopefully, everybody on this list who wants to be is on our access info list. If you're not, please do sign up. Just send an email to accessinfo@fcc.gov and ask to subscribe, and we'll put you on a list that prizes you regularly of FCC actions, rulemakings, events, etc. We don't burden you. The blurbs are short, but this way you'll be able to keep directly informed about what we're doing. On October 7th, we also released a report and order requiring that interconnected and non-interconnected VoIP, that's voice over internet protocol, providers contribute to the Telecommunications Relay Service Fund. And we also, related to Telecommunications Relay Service, now have new rules on how to obtain certification as an internet protocol relay provider. That's whether or not you're providing text IP relay or video relay service. Those rules went out last June. We are now accepting applications for programs, local programs that want to distribute communications equipment under our National Deafblind Equipment Distribution Program. We issued rules on that last April, and we're now looking at applications to certify local entities to actually do the distribution. We are also accepting applications for entities that want to do national outreach for this program. Comments are due, or rather the applications for equipment distribution are due November 21st. The applications for conducting outreach are due December 20th. On October 20th, we also released a report and order that reversed something called the Angler's Order to restore the original factors used to assess petitions for closed captioning exemptions. Accompanying this was an NPRM seeking to continue use of these factors under the CBAA's economically burdensome standard. That has not yet been published in the Federal Register either, but it's expected to be published this week, and therefore comments on that FNPRM will be due early December, with replies due in mid-December. So we should have more information on that. Again, we'll post the comment dates on our Access Info. We'll send them out on our Access Info listserv. On September 22nd, we also released a notice of proposed rulemaking on Next Generation 911, which is a very broad ruling on moving to 911 in a digital environment. It focuses mostly on texting or forms of text such as SMS or real-time text. We are looking within that proceeding at various issues related to how people with disabilities will be able to access public safety answering points and other 911 centers in the future, and that work that's being done under this rulemaking dovetails with our other CBA-established advisory committee, the EAC, or EAAC, the Emergency Access Advisory Committee. On September 19th, we issued a notice of proposed rulemaking, as you know, on closed captioning on IP-delivered video programming. We cannot thank Working Group 1 enough. This was an extraordinary report that you put together in a very short time period. We used it extensively, as you saw, and as you know, the reply period on that notice of proposed rulemaking actually closed today. Our staff is working around the clock to turn the comments that it received into final rules that will be released hopefully in January on time. We have so far met every deadline that the CVAA has presented to us. Finally, on August 25th, we issued a report and order reinstating the video description rules, yet again another CVAA requirement. And as you know, these rules are reinstated from the year 2000 when they had originally been overturned by a U.S. Court of Appeals. I want to also extend publicly a thanks to every bureau at the Commission. This, as you can imagine, was a tall order given to us in the CVAA. It continues to be a tall order, and there's not a bureau, there's not a corner of this agency that is not touched by this act and is not working on, every single corner is working on its implementation. It's really extraordinary. I've never seen anything quite like what has occurred over the last year, with so many people pitching in, all of the commissioners, the chairman, and everybody giving their all to making this act into a reality. And again, I thank you all. And now I'd like to present, are you going to be presenting? Okay, all right. I'm going to present Maria Diaz of DICAPTA, D-I-C-A-P-T-A, closed captioning Latina, and she's going to be speaking about video description for people who speak Spanish. We welcome you, Maria, and look forward to your comments.
Good morning. This presentation is also available in Spanish. Para seguirnos en español, por favor marquen el 1650-429-3300, acceso 739-347-883. Good morning. We'd like to thank the VPAC for allowing us to speak here today. We would also like to extend our congratulations for passing the bill that will allow Americans with visual disabilities the same rights as Americans who are fully sighted. We have carefully reviewed the implementation report for Video Accessibility Act and are appalled at the exclusion of the Spanish language networks from the major television networks that will need to comply with the new regulation on video description. This ignores the needs of a vast population of people with visual impairments that just happen to be Spanish dominant. Our hope is that by the end of our presentation, the committee will have enough information to take action to amend this predicament that we're in. It is our understanding that the discussion regarding Spanish language in the committee center around the shared use of DTV and ancillary audio services, Spanish dubbing versus description. Let me clarify that we're not here to speak about that. Our discussion focuses on accessibility. Our discussion is about providing a service to Spanish language content to benefit people who speak Spanish. My name is Carol Colmenares. I am the Director of Outreach and Education at DICAPTA Closed Caption Latina, and here to speak a little more about the population we serve is Maria Diaz, President and CEO of our organization.
Thanks, Carol. We're going to share with you some information that we have been collecting during the last 7 years through our work serving the Hispanic people with disabilities who live here in the United States. We have worked with funds from the Department of Education, specifically from the Television Access Program, from the Office of Special Education Program, providing captioning and descriptions in Spanish for educational content. Let me start briefly talking about the results of the last census. No surprises here. Hispanics are the largest minority living here in the United States. 16% of the population of the country is from Hispanic origin. And we are growing in numbers faster than any other race group. Those numbers are remarkable. However, what we want you to keep in mind during this short presentation is the following two considerations. The first one is that according to Nielsen, 80% of the Hispanic household prefer to watch television in Spanish. And the second one is that we as Hispanics are not spread all over the country. We are concentrated in some specific states that happen to be the most important television markets. Where are we? We can see on the map that we highlighted some of the states with the major Hispanic population, more than 10 million people in California, more than 10 million people in Texas, more than, followed by more than 5 million Hispanic people in Puerto Rico, and more than 1 million in Florida, New York, Illinois, and Arizona. Something else to point out here, Puerto Rico is not the most populated or the most vast population in Hispanic, but it is the only state where Spanish is the official language. Let me narrow our discussion to the population I want you to know better today is the Hispanic people with visual disabilities. Talking about the children, high literacy rate among their parents. The parents are not involved in the educational process, and of course the language barriers. And as a result, our Hispanic children have not a strong linguistic foundation, which is fundamental to develop English as a second language or to develop any literacy skill. As a conclusion of the Hispanic profile, of the Hispanic with visual disabilities profile, we decided to bring to your attention and study from the National Institute of Health. Latinos develop visual impairments and blindness at the highest rate of any group in the country, and they are more likely to report low quality of life. But what is the incidence of visual impairments among the Hispanic? It is exactly the same incidence that among non-Hispanic, if we are talking about all ages group. And if we take a look over the 18 to 64 years old group, we can see higher incidence among the Hispanic than among the non-Hispanic group. So far we are talking about numbers, but what has happened with the video description in Spanish? There is no regulation for Spanish video description. Therefore, the only one available is the one funded by the Department of Education. 2,600 hours so far. But we are not sure that the next year we're going to have funds again. And we have seen the same situation with the captioning. If there is regulation, funds are going to be allocated in different projects. And in the best case scenario, if we have funds through the Department of Education, what is going to happen with the recreational content and what is going to happen with the entertainment content? We strongly believe that accessibility cannot be grant dependent. Let me introduce you to Judy Matthews. Judy has been working with us for the last 6 years in our advisory group, and she's going to tell you something about her own experience as Hispanic living here. Judy.
Okay. Thank you, Maria Victoria. Good morning, everybody. My name is Judy Matthews, and I'm Cuban American. My first language is Spanish, as I didn't learn English until I started preschool, and we spoke Spanish at home. We weren't aware of descriptive video services. I wasn't aware of them as a child, neither were my parents. And if we had been, we wouldn't have been able to take advantage of descriptive video services together because my parents didn't speak or understand much English at the time. If programming in Spanish had been available with description, we would have been able to spend many hours of quality family time in front of the television. Not having access at the same level to programming in one's native language is a major setback. I'd like to share with you testimonies from 2 high school students at Escuela Luz Américo Calderón in Puerto Rico. These teenagers experienced descriptive video services for the first time last year. They were so excited. Video description in their language should not be a rare occurrence. That's such a great disservice to Puerto Rican students. They should be readily available. So these were some of their initial reactions. Edmarie Torres' frustration is very evident here, as she is relying on her classmates to describe films to her. She feels that the other person either loses the thread of the story or just focuses on the movie. When I ask them, "What is it?" they say, "What?" Then they tell you something that doesn't even make sense, and you're left wondering, what just happened? I don't get it. I can't see. I can totally relate and empathize with her predicament. Oftentimes, we rely on our peers to take on responsibilities they shouldn't have to. When I was in high school, I was in this very same situation many times. Instructors would ask other classmates to fill in the visual gaps for me. And although I was really grateful at the time, what I didn't realize back then, and I'm sure the teachers didn't either, was that it wasn't exactly fair to that other student. Neither of us was completely getting what we should have been getting. Whether in English or Spanish speakers, all students should access educational programming for themselves, drawing their own conclusions and learning to the fullest. The last testimony that I have is from Dana Vicente, who feels that it would be good for all movies to have it. And if a sighted person feels annoyed by it, they have to understand that people who are blind go to the movies too. This brings to mind an experience years ago at the movies with my parents. We had gone to see Lassie. Now keep in mind that their understanding of English was pretty limited, so there I was trying to interpret as much of the movie as I possibly could to them while they were trying to describe scenes that I wasn't able to get. So it was, if this movie had been available with description in Spanish, it would have been such a different experience for us, a truly recreational experience. Watching television in English or Spanish in a fully accessible manner is my choice and my right. And we do have Spanish language major networks, don't we, Carol?
We sure do, Judy. From this point on, our intention is to analyze the implementation of the Act from our perspective. Who has to comply? The broadcasters and the multi-channel video programming distributor systems. And you all know the criteria that was used to select this. Let me now direct your attention to the selected TV markets. The chart that we have up shows the universe of television households according to the Nielsen report, the same report that was used by the committee to determine the major networks. As part of our research, we called Nielsen and asked if Hispanic households were included in this number. The answer was yes, they are included. So if you take a look at New York, it is the #1 TV market in the US with over 7 million households. And 1.3 million of those households are Hispanic households. Another way to look at it is to say 18% of the New York market is made up of Hispanic households. I would like to direct your attention to markets like Miami, Los Angeles, and Houston, with 46, 33, and 27% of Hispanics making up the market. Ladies and gentlemen, it is very hard to believe that in these markets, a Spanish language television market is not among the top 4 major networks. We know for a fact that Univision is first in Los Angeles, first in Miami, and first in Houston. Let's take a look at the non-broadcast networks. Those who need to comply must have over 50,000 subscribers and reach over 50% of the national audience share. In this category, we find USA, Disney Channel, TNT, Nickelodeon, and TBS. Let's examine what happens in the Hispanic universe. which is made up of 13 million households. For the purposes of our discussion, I'm going to ignore the first 4 networks that are up on the chart because they are also broadcasters. I want to direct your attention to the next 3 networks, Discovery en Español, MTV, and Galavisión. They do have over 50,000 subscribers. And if you take a look at the reach, they are reaching over 50% of the Hispanic audience share of the Hispanic universe. Spanish language networks have had to comply in the past with FCC regulations. They comply with caption, they comply with digital television regulations. The question is, why would they not have to comply with video description regulations? Our proposal is simple. We're not asking for a revision of the act. We propose that the committee considers the inclusion of major Spanish broadcast and non-broadcast networks in the current plan for implementation. It is only a matter of time. We can sit and wait for the numbers to reach the benchmarks. Or we can stop treating Spanish speakers as second-class citizens and have a real opportunity to have a diverse, inclusive, and democratic process. It is a matter of rights, equality, and democracy. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I think that we appreciate very much your presentation. There are some limitations in the law that we cannot change. However, your presentation highlights this issue for the group, and one possibility in the future is perhaps for the FCC to look more into this in terms of an inquiry, in terms of a study, to assess the issues. It may be that legislation, however, is needed to achieve your goals. Pam, would you like to start moving on before the chairman gets here? Because he may not be here.
So the chairman is planning on coming down this morning, but his schedule is tight, so we're not exactly sure the exact minute he'll be here. So we're going to go ahead and start with Working Group 4. And when the chairman arrives, we'll break, have him speak, and then when he leaves, we'll resume the deliberations of Working Group 4. Thank you.
Okay, good morning. My name's Jeff Nudek. I'm from Motorola, and I'm the industry co-chair for Working Group 4. Sorry to the folks who are facing away from me, but you can see me on the TV there if you really want to get a look. So I put together some materials just to give a quick overview for any folks that may not be involved in Working Group 4, might not be familiar with the ins and outs of what we're looking at in our scope. I'll try to keep that aspect of it short. I'm sure everybody's had an opportunity to go through the CVAA in depth. And then we'll get into some of the questions that our group is working to address. There we go. So, charge of the VPAC in general, there was a few different areas that the VPAC is meant to cover in their final report. And obviously we've been broken out into several working groups to attack each of them in detail. Working Group 4 specifically was tasked with addressing the accessibility excuse me, of user interfaces on video programming devices, as well as accessible programming guides and menus. So specifically, as called out in Section 201 of the CVAA, the report that we are required to submit 18 months after the enactment of the Act is to include several specific aspects related to user interfaces and video programming menus and guides, specifically enabling the functions of apparatus designed to receive or display video programming transmitted simultaneously with sound, including those that utilize Internet Protocol to do so, or IP, to be accessible to and usable by individuals with disabilities. And I just want to do a quick read through of these. Again, I know that everybody's probably more or less familiar, but some of the specific language gets into the questions that our group is working to address. So I just want to highlight a couple of them. One being accessible to and usable by individuals with disabilities. Second, enable on-screen text menus and other visual indicators used to access the functions on such apparatus to be accompanied by audio output, so that those menus and indicators are accessible to and usable by individuals with disabilities. And finally, enable video programming information and selection provided by means of a navigation device, guide, or menu to be accessible in real time by individuals who are blind or visually impaired. So getting into the specifics for our working group, there's two sections of the Act that are directly applicable, and we've used those as a guide for our activities and discussion. First being Section 204. Again, I won't read these in total detail here, but just a couple points I would like to point out. First, a requirement that we provide recommendations to ensure that any devices designed, developed, and fabricated for the purpose of accessing video programming be made with built-in apparatus functions, well, ensuring that the user interfaces provide access to the functions and controls used to access the video programming through those apparatus. One particular constraint here that is explicitly called out is that the FCC may not specify the technical standards, protocols, and procedures and other technical requirements for meeting that requirement. That's a key point for us that I'm going to refer to again later, so I wanted to make sure that I highlighted that for you. Secondly, if on-screen text menus or other visual indicators are built into that device and used to access the functions, they must be accompanied by audio output that is either integrated or peripheral to the apparatus to make sure that those menus and indicators are accessible to and usable by individuals who are blind or visually impaired in real time. And third, those apparatus must have built-in access to closed captioning and video description features through a mechanism that is reasonably comparable to a button, key, or icon designated for activating those accessibility features. Couple quick limitations. The first, I personally interpret as meaning that Section 204 is not directed toward what's termed a navigation device, which is defined as devices such as converter boxes, interactive communications equipment, and other equipment used by consumers to access multi-channel video programming and other services offered over multi-channel video programming services, which essentially I interpret to mean cable, satellite programming, what have you. Secondly, digital apparatus designed, manufactured to receive and playback Advanced Television Systems Committee's mobile DTV standards are given a specific timeline. They're not required to meet the new requirements until 24 months after the date which the final recommendations or regulations are published in the Federal Register. Second section of the Act that we've used as a guide is Section 205. And while Section 204, like I said, there was an exception that kind of focuses that away from the cable satellite broadcast type market. Section 205 is more explicitly targeted and focusing on those markets. So Section 205, very similar in the requirements that it's essentially stipulating, but ensuring that on-screen text menus and guides provided by such navigation devices like I spoke about for display or selection of multi-channel video programming must be audibly accessible in real time upon request by individuals who are blind or visually impaired. And again, with the stipulation, the FCC may not specify the technical standards, procedures, and protocols to meet that requirement. And then secondly, navigation devices with built-in closed captioning capability must have access to this capability through a mechanism reasonably comparable, again, to a button, key, or icon designated for activating those accessibility functions. An additional point here, FCC rules must allow the entity maximum flexibility in the selection of means for compliance to meet that requirement. Limitations for Section 205 that the rules may exempt cable systems serving 20,000 or fewer subscribers. In addition, a couple additional quick points. Persons who are blind or visually impaired must make a request for accessible navigation devices. And again, on the flexibility point, the entity providing those devices may comply through the use of software, peripheral devices, specialized CPE or consumer premises equipment, or a network-based service or other solutions. So really providing maximum flexibility to the entity, but defining a specific requirement that must be met. So that gives kind of, I guess, the broad overview of what we've deemed as our charter limitations and the guidelines that we're following to generate our final report. So I thought real quick I'd talk about some assumptions and dependencies that we're working through in Working Group 4. First, I know one of the points that we're looking to cover here today is overlap with other working groups. So I thought I'd just touch on that real quick. I'm assuming as being the first working group to get up and discuss our proceedings, we might identify some additional overlaps as other groups get up to discuss their status. But to start with, I think our view in Working Group 4 has been that Working Groups 1, 2, and 3 are focused on identifying the performance objectives, protocols, what have you, that are meant to ensure that closed captioning, video description, and emergency information is made accessible to end-user devices. So more, I guess, at a network level, making sure that that information that's required to provide accessibility solutions is available to an end device, not as focused on the end devices themselves and what has to happen to make that information accessible to the end user. That's where Working Group 4 comes in. With our focus on user interfaces, programming guides, menus, what have you, it's taking the inputs from Groups 1, 2, and 3 at the network side and making those solutions available to the end user on an end user device through the user interface, menus, and programming guides. So we're working under the assumption that the information that's required at the end device is there based on the groups 1, 2, and 3, the work that you're doing. And Working Group 4 is going to focus purely on end device to end user. So I think that does provide room for overlap, depending on where the other subgroups have drawn their line and constrained their discussion. But it definitely introduces interdependencies between the work you're doing and the work we're doing. So why don't I move into some of the questions that our working group is specifically working to address. First, quick reference to a couple of points I made earlier when I was going through different provisions within the Act for you. The CBA states that the Working Group 4 report must include recommendations for the standards, protocols, and procedures to ensure accessibility of user interfaces, on-screen menus, and guides, but it also prohibits the FCC from specifying the standards, protocols, and procedures that must be used to meet those accessibility requirements, which seem to us somewhat contradictory direction. If Working Group 4 is meant to identify those types of protocols, but the FCC is not allowed to use them, then the value of doing so seems pretty limited.
Excuse me?
Oh, yes, Karen, please.
I believe that the chairman is entering the room.
Oh,
About to enter
okay.
the room, so if you don't mind.
Absolutely, we can
dethroning
take
for
a
just
break.
couple of seconds.
We'll start off again with
Okay.
that section.
The floor is yours.
The floor is mine?
Yep.
Excellent. Well, thank you all for being here today. Karen, thank you, and thanks to everyone from the FCC staff who's been driving this from the FCC side, and thanks to all of you on these committees who are taking time from your lives to contribute to public service in a way that's very important, and you do it for no compensation and simply for the desire to help us make sure that we implement our responsibilities under this new, very important disabilities law effectively. You've been working now for about 9 months, is that right? A lot of work, and the reports I've been getting from staff have been very reassuring. A lot of serious, hard, diligent, collaborative work to make progress. I want to thank the members of Working Group 1. Not the most exciting title for a working group, but the work that you've done has really been tremendous. You hit the deadlines. You worked comprehensively on the first VPAAC report. Are we calling it VPAC? Yes. Delivered this past July. Delivered on time. Now, as we identified in our national broadband plan, and many times since, internet-delivered video is vital for so many reasons, including its role as a driver of broadband adoption. We have a broadband adoption gap in this country that we need to close. People with disabilities have a very significant adoption gap, and so the closed captioning that you're working on will help bring the benefits of broadband to those who otherwise would not be able to enjoy that service. Let me thank the chairs of Working Group 1, Vince Roberts of Disney, and Shane Feldman of the National Association of the Deaf, along with the chairs of the full VPAC committee, Larry Goldberg of WGBH, National Center for Accessible Media, Wayne Luplo of LG Zenith. As co-chairs of VPAC, you've helped significantly in keeping this process on track. I know that both of you have long, distinguished backgrounds and histories in this area, and it's a privilege for us to have you continue to be involved, and we're grateful for it. The thoughtful recommendations provided by Working Group 1 were very helping in aiding our release of the IP closed captioning NPRM in September. You made our job easier, and we're grateful for that, and we hope you'll continue to do that. Staff's currently reviewing the record in that docket, but again, you've helped get us off on the right foot. Let me express my appreciation to the rest of you for your continued efforts on this committee to tackle such issues as ensuring device compatibility with accessible services such as video description, devising solutions to provide access to emergency information, and proposing ways to ensure accessible user interfaces on video devices. These are all incredibly important areas. The work, the recommendations, the suggestions that you submit will be very important in the FCC moving forward. I can't emphasize enough how important the work that you're doing is. It'll not only improve the quality of life for millions of people with disabilities, giving people greater access to economic opportunity in the United States, educational opportunity in the United States, and very significantly improve public safety for people with disabilities. We all know that in today's world, the ability to access modern communications is vital to emergency response. We have a lot of work to do as an agency, and we're in harnessing all of the opportunities of advanced communications technologies for public safety, things like enabling texting to 911, et cetera. We recognize that there's a growing gap between what communications technologies provide, and what so many Americans have access to, including people with disabilities. So I just see tremendous benefits from what you're doing. And let me just conclude again that I personally take, my colleagues on the commission take, the staff here takes these committees very seriously. They're a very important part of our process. And we recognize a couple of things. One is that when you join one of these committees, you're making a commitment. It's a commitment in time. It's a commitment in intellectual energy. It's a commitment to participating collaboratively in a process. We have an obligation to make a corresponding commitment, which is that we will make your work worthwhile, and we will help you do our work. And I know that the staff of the FCC takes that very seriously and is doing everything they can to make your work as meaningful as it can be for our process and ultimately for the goals we're all aiming for here, which is very significantly improving access to advanced communications by people with disabilities. So thank you all very much. I'm so proud of the staff for the work that it's doing here, and again I thank each and every one of you on this committee for making this important contribution. Well, thank you, and I wish you good luck with this meeting. Thank you very much.
Hi, this is Pam. We're going to go ahead and take our break and then resume with Working Group 4. Our break is scheduled for 10 minutes. I have 10:10 right now, so 10:20.
Okay. Okay, why don't we pick up where we left off? Again, Jeff Nudek at Motorola. So where we left off, we were talking about some of the questions that Working Group 4 is working to address for the final VPAC report. The last thing that I had highlighted was what we perceived as some somewhat contradictory direction in the CVAA around the recommendation for standards, protocols, and procedures to ensure accessibility of user interfaces, menus, and programming guides. And I'll discuss a little bit more how we have interpreted that in the working group and what we've deemed as our charter and scope. One additional point that plays into that is from Section 716 of the CVAA, which requires that the FCC include performance objectives to ensure the accessibility, usability, and compatibility of advanced communication services and the equipment used for those services by individuals with disabilities. Now, this one doesn't specifically call out user interfaces, but I think it applies in kind of the broader scope. So given these 2 points, how we have, what we have taken as our objective for the final report is rather than defining the specific protocols, procedures, standards, et cetera, that are defined today and may be applicable, or things that could be foreseeable in the future that could be applicable to user interfaces, menus, and guides, we've taken it rather as our charter to define an essential set of functional requirements that any user interface, menu, or guide would be required to meet in order to ensure accessibility to an end user with disabilities. So what we're working to do is, our intention is to avoid the definition of specific designs or implementations that would meet those needs, mainly in order to prohibit ourselves from constricting innovation in this space and to let the market dynamics, well, once we've ensured that this essential set of functional requirements are in place so that accessibility is ensured for these particular items, we would rather let the market dynamics work through to identify the optimal solution at the end of the day. We'll let the disabled community themselves decide what is the best way to get their needs met in these types of devices, because there's very likely going to be many ways that those needs could be met in user interfaces, menus, and guides. Just as an example, I mean, touchscreens were not a technology that was very prevalent, I don't know, even 3 to 5 years ago. Today they are vastly prevalent across the board and increasing in use. Who knows what the next 3 to 5 years would bring? So we're very concerned about constricting innovation, particularly in how users interact with these types of devices, because it's evolving at such a rapid pace. So the process that we're using to determine this essential set of functional requirements is first to just determine the basic needs of users with either audio or visual disabilities with respect to user interfaces, menus, and guides. Understanding that our focus is on devices that will be used to access video programming transmitted simultaneously with sound. We're trying to take the view, and we have some folks in the working group that have a lot of experience in this case with taking a device, and if I have that type of disability, what is it I need to be able to do with that device, and what does the device absolutely require in order to meet my needs? And those would be, at the end of the day, the set of functional requirements that we intend to define, again, with the attempt to avoid defining very specific implementations protocols that would be required to meet those needs. It's actually, it may sound somewhat clean-cut, but as we've been working through the discussion, it's very difficult not to start discussing specific implementations to meet the needs. So it's a fine line that we're struggling to walk, but so far I think we've been doing a pretty good job of it. One of the other questions that we've been wrangling with is how the Commission should define this term or phrase that's used several places in the CBAA, accessible and usable by individuals with disabilities. And one of the questions that we've discussed is, does that require all functions must be accessible and usable by individuals with and without disabilities? Or are there functions that should be exempt from those type of regulations? A couple examples to highlight the concern would be picture-in-picture, where a display is split to show two video sources simultaneously while the audio of only one is output at a time. Video-rich navigation services, also called Mosaic, I believe, services, where multiple video thumbnails are shown on the screen simultaneously, but the audio, again, from only one source at a time is displayed. So I would, these are services, essentially just a couple of examples where the video is very, or I guess the function is very heavily dependent on visual cues. There may be other examples. These are the two that we identified in our discussions. And the question is, are we working to ensure that all functions across these apparatus are accessible, or is it specifically the selection, navigation, and access to video programming? Next, while discussing the requirement that the devices and software be accessible and usable by individuals with disabilities, Section 716 does include the exception unless the requirements of this subsection are not achievable. So that obviously raises the question of, well, what are the circumstances that would constitute allowable conditions where the requirements are not achievable? How should the Commission define achievable? What factors other than technological should be considered? Economics, size of the affected company, etc. So this was a question we had discussed somewhat, and then as I was actually putting together this slide deck, I went back to the original presentation that I believe Karen had put together for the original VPAC meeting that we had, and there was actually a definition of achievable there. So I think the definition as it stands, one of the questions we had is achievable going to be somewhat of a judgment call on the FCC's part when someone submits for an exception. And I think based on the definition here, I think that will be the case. But I think that's a question that we'd put to the FCC as to whether there are particular metrics that are going to be used for that definition that could be shared with the overall industry. They may be valuable to those who need to implement. Next question, 716, again, also requires the Commission provide these types of advanced communication services, the equipment, the networks, et cetera, that support them, that they may not impair or impede the accessibility of information content when that accessibility has already been incorporated into the content itself. So essentially ensuring that across the network you have a pass-through rule, that there will be no components throughout the system that would prohibit that accessibility. In the context of user interfaces and program guides, our view is the main objective is to ensure accessibility through those user interfaces. And as I said before, we're focused very much on end device to end user rather than the network, which is more the focus of working groups 1, 2, and 3. However, when talking about user interfaces, and particularly more recent evolution of user interfaces, there's often a dependency on the network just to be able to provide that user interface. As far as user interfaces and program guides are dependent on, let's say, information coming from a network server and things of that nature. So there is the potential for the impairing of accessibility based on a network dependency for a user interface. So that's one area that we foresee that we need to discuss further and decide if there are requirements there that we need to stipulate. Next, this is a section that isn't specifically, I think, the focus of our working group, but there was a particular statement in there that I thought was applicable, or at least implied a particular constraint on the working group for requirements. An exception here that this was specific to mobile phones and those that include internet browsers in particular, and an exception that this order shall not impose any requirement on a manufacturer or provider of that device to make accessible or usable any browser other than the browser that manufacturer or provider provides embedded within the device to the end user. So essentially an exception that, with these devices, smartphones, tablets, PCs, what have you, where you can an end user can go download a replacement application, a replacement browser, media player, what have you. The manufacturer or service provider, the obligation is not incumbent on them to ensure that every third-party software component that could be downloaded excuse me, provides that same accessibility. So I don't necessarily think that means that obligation is not there, just that it moves to the provider of that software component rather than the manufacturer of the device or the service provider. Next, Section 201 includes, well, a statement that I already called out earlier, ensuring that on-screen text menus and other visual indicators used to access functions on these types of apparatus be accompanied by audio output so that the menus and indicators are accessible to and usable by individuals with disabilities. So the thought here was, while enabling the accompaniment of audio output with on-screen text menus and whatnot is pretty well defined, it's less so when you talk about just visual indicators. That's somewhat of a broad term that we felt might need a little more definition as far as how we manage that. And one of the proposals here would be that this would mean other visual indicators that are specifically utilized for the purposes of navigation and or selection of video programming. Next, a particular phrase that I highlighted excuse me, a couple times during the initial read of kind of the sections of the CVAA, in real time, providing accessibility in real time, raises a question of, well, what exactly does that accessible in real time mean? I hadn't found a definition of it. And are there particular constraints that need to be defined with respect to latency, for example, for these types of accessibility solutions? That concludes the set of questions that I had put together and the team had reviewed. I guess at this point I'd open it up to the FCC. I believe you guys have also submitted some questions you'd like to see addressed by the working group, and then once we get the input from the FCC, I think we'll open it up to the floor here because with Working Group 4 here, as well as all the other working groups, obviously we're going to be putting together a consolidated VPAC report that will cover Working Groups 2, 3, and 4. So we certainly want to make sure if there's anything that, as I said, with the dependency between our group and yours, if there are other items or questions you want to make sure Working Group 4 is addressing, now would be a great time to get those on the table for us. Okay, so with that, Susan or Allison from the FCC.
This is Susan Kimmel, and I'm one of the co-chairs from the FCC for Working Group 4. And thank you, Jeff, for giving that overview and background of the scope of how Working Group 4 perceives our role in putting together this report for VPAC. And I just want to mention some of the things that the FCC staff has, how we've refocused some of the list of questions that have been provided to us by Jeff and others on the working group. And I think the overall initial read on this is that even though Section 716 and 718 provide some of the background in the CVAA for particularly advanced communication services, it puts and it sets a context for some of the requirements of Sections 204 and 205 that Working Group 4 really needs to focus more directly on the Sections 204 and 205, which deal with the interfaces, particularly for access to program guides and other materials for persons with visual disabilities and also hearing disabilities. With that being said, just to, I think one of Jeff's comments here on the internet browsers, which does somewhat relate to the Section 204, is the question that has come up in sort of in a more general context as to if we were to have a requirement for some form of a screen reader, which device would this screen reader be resident? Would it be actually in through the network? Would it be in the television set itself, in the set-top box, in the remote control, or in a peripheral device? So it's sort of like, how do you, if you have this function, how does that application actually get tied into the process for the user? And I don't think we've made that determination, but it somewhat is inherent in this, well, I have it by Roman numerals here, but the paragraph about internet browsers. But moving on to the question about accessible in real time, which is where Jeff left off here, and he was concerned about latency, there's also the question about usable in real time, and this is particularly in the case with screen readers, that they need to not just be able to read all the text in a program guide, but to be usable would also have to be able to resemble how a sighted person reads a program guide. In other words, to have different levels of detail, that you might first scan the program guide just to get some idea of what's available, and then be able to focus in on the details of a particular show. Because if you read every single word in a program guide, the program would be over by the time you get to the bottom of it. So, it's a matter of having the user have some degree of selectivity and control as to how they interact with that program guide, and perhaps sorting by other types of categories, such as and I think many user guides now, you can plug in that you want to just see sports programming or just comedies or reality shows or something of that sort, and then it already pre-selects for you a more limited range of programs, so you don't have to read absolutely everything from top to bottom. And this is, John has a comment here.
Card from EchoStar. So Susan, I think I understood you just to say that if, let's say, a set-top box already has the ability to do, say, search by genre or search by keyword or something, that capability would need to be accessible. Are you suggesting that if a device doesn't have that functionality for a sighted user, it needs to be added for a blind user?
I'm not giving a requirement at this point. I'm saying that.
Well, I'm trying to understand what you are doing.
I'm asking what it means to be usable.
Okay, all right.
And does usability imply that it has to have some of these other functions available too? Not making a distinction at this point between sighted versus non-sighted, but what is usable for the end user.
Okay.
Brad, did you have a comment?
Brad Hodges, American Foundation for the Blind. I think the specifics, the technical specifics of using screen access technology, such as a screen reader, are well documented and well understood in the community. And I think there would be two levels involved in that to perhaps address John's question and your inquiry, Susan. The first would be to obviously ensure that there's a functional equivalence between the function provided to a sighted user and a non-sighted user, someone using speech. But within the context of whatever is provided, there are certain navigational expectations, such as the ability to browse and navigate by word or some other navigational unit, the ability to spell words and to learn particular characters, to read particular characters which appear on a screen, so that if a synthesizer is mispronouncing something or there is ambiguity in the behavior of the text-to-speech, one could understand what was actually appearing on the screen visually. And I think the lines marking those two separations are fairly clear. The other thing that occurs to me as we've been reading recent headlines, and that is if the advent of non-visual interaction with our television sets is a year or so in the future, how does that impact on all of this? Does a comprehensive voice output system negate the need for specialized non-visual access? I've been wrestling around with that idea in my mind, and it poses some fascinating questions and interesting challenges.
Thank you. And actually, I am trying to have a list of add-on questions as we go along, because I think some of what's being raised or being presented here may raise questions in the audience and among other members of Working Group 4. So I invite people to do that, particularly after I get to the end here. Another question raised by the FCC is what are the appropriate timeframes for implementation of the various provisions of this user interface recommendations? Should any aspects be phased in, and how would they relate to some of the requirements from other parts of the VPAC proceedings, such as video description? So it seems that if video description becomes effective at a certain date, access to that video description should at least be simultaneous with it, particularly if there are different time frames. Another question is, which party should be held responsible for ensuring that software interfaces perform as intended when there is an upgrade or other modification to one of the components? Because that seems to be an ongoing question as to how to get all the parts to work together over time as changes occur. And so it's a compatibility question. Another issue raised by the FCC is states that both sections in Section 204 and 205 give Commission the authority to require everything except that the Commission may not specify the technical standards, protocols, and procedures. And without doing so, what level of requirements can the commission enact? And how would that, how far can you go in making a recommendation or a requirement without actually specifying a particular protocol or procedure? But there is in section 303 AA2 does not include this restriction, and so there may be at some point that appropriate technical standards, protocols, and procedures may be required. And I would actually ask Allison or someone from the Media Bureau to elaborate a little bit more on that. Do you know anything? Do you know how that's to be interpreted? Because I guess the issue is, how far can the VPAC take things in making recommendations without infringing on the limitations imposed by the CVAA? And now I open the floor to comments from the working group or from others in the audience. Go ahead.
Actually, before we open it up to the general audience, I wanted to make sure with my working group team here, working group 4, any questions that you think we've been wrestling with that I neglected to cover, anything else that we'd like to add before we open it up to the other working groups? Okay. Oh, please.
I was just wondering, Larry Goldberg here. Was your group also working on the issue of top-level menus for captioning and description functionality, a button, an icon? Because I didn't see that in here.
Just raise your hand.
I always forget to raise my hand. No, absolutely. That's one of, I think, the top line requirements for our team is to be able to enable that same level. Boy, I can't think of the language that's actually in there. I think I have it in my equivalence. Yeah, absolutely. No.
Larry.
I think that's it's the last bullet, I think, on about the third or fourth page of Jeff's slides, if I remember right. So it did make it, he did address it. It's a fairly straightforward point. It's not where we're having a lot of discussion. Yeah, to the extent anything's easy, it's easy, but it's well understood.
Heather, did you have
Hello, Jeff Cantrell. Yeah, Jeff actually covered this, but I just wanted to make sure because it seems to be forgotten at times. We still want to be looking at the ability to support and provide the functionality with a third party, either peripheral software or other devices. Again, that's especially as Brad was talking about, as we get more and more in the cloud and the new Apple devices or devices out there with voice recognition, there's a lot of flexibility out there. And I just want to make sure that that doesn't get lost in the discussions.
Go ahead, Brad.
And that concept, we don't need to think in any terms as elaborate as that. We can look to Sky TV, for example, wherein serendipitously the data which appears in the banner is ported out the back of the box as a matter of routine. And it was through discovery of this that a less than comprehensive access technique was developed, but it illuminates the idea that a fairly simple change could be made and make that technique, which is extremely simple, perhaps quite viable to connect a simple device, perhaps an alternative view that would format that data more usefully for screen output or for voice output, but nevertheless a very simple technique, and that's absolutely the case.
I want to just reiterate Susan's point. It's a really important one. Cloud-based solutions are very much encouraged if they're going to be workable. And as you know, we just finished a cloud computing challenge. There were a lot of excellent ways to achieve accessibility through the cloud, but if you do go that route, you do want to be clear on who's ultimately responsible for upgrades and just generally liable for making sure that the system works as a whole. question
I
down there.
I think I saw Shane.
Shane, and then...
Right. Yeah.
And then Paul.
Paul Hardy, yeah.
No?
Hi, this is Shane Feldman. I wanted to thank you for your presentation and the comprehensive points that were included. I did want to talk a little bit about captioning. We focused on something called persistence, where once you turn the captioning on, it stays on for the duration. And then we talked about that same thing happening on TV. Working Group 4 made that suggestion. We also talked about the button or icon, where that will be, and that it should be placed at the same level as the volume. Because typically, when a hearing person is looking for volume buttons, it's in a particular place on a remote or the access. And so consequently, a recommendation was also that the caption button be placed in that same area so that it's easy to find. And so I would appreciate those points being included as well. Thank you.
Yes, Paul.
Paul Hardy, Sony. Just wanted to touch on third-party assistive technologies a little bit, maybe without the feedback. The report in its current incomplete form seems to imply that devices or technologies would both provide the accessibility themselves and provide access to third-party assistive technologies. Is that intentional, or is that an accident of the drafting at this point? You could imagine a case in which a device might provide all of the accessibility itself and not support third-party devices or technologies. It seems to me an unreasonable encumbrance to require both. I would be more inclined to think if you do not do it yourself, you must support third party. But if you're doing it yourself, you need not do the other. Thank you.
My understanding is that it's an either-or situation, and that where it's not achievable within the device, then there's a requirement to make it compatible with.
It's even broader than that. You're right, Susan. It is an either-or, but unlike Title I, I have to look at the exact language, but I seem to recall that it could literally be either-or. That there's not an initial achievability analysis, that you have the choice of putting it in the device or making it a peripheral device, or providing it in the periphery, rather. I just want to go back to what Shane said, and I think that you raise a really important point, Shane, which is having defaults. It's something that you want to think about, the extent to which any of the features, and this may apply to actually all three of the remaining working groups, the extent to which any of the accessibility features that you're going to be incorporating, to the extent that you incorporate them into the device, will be there as a default, or whether the user will have to reset it each time they return to the device.
Hi, this is Naomi from Google. I want to speak a little bit more about third-party support. I think it's important to remember that many of these internet-connected devices will not be devices that do just one thing or that contain only one type of software. And so it's important to think of support for third-party devices offering accessibility as not just a way to provide, say, an alternative pointing device as an assistive technology, but also to allow different pieces of software on the device to all communicate in an organized way. So as a concrete example, I can have a device that plays both YouTube videos and also plays broadcast TV, and ideally the consumer should be able to turn on captions in one place, and then the software between all of those applications on the device would be able to communicate in some way that allows them all to remember the consumer wants captions, so they don't have to turn it on in one application and turn it on in another application and turn it on again, which becomes confusing.
This is Steve Jacobs from Ideal Group. I agree with Naomi, but a point of definition possibly. How does the current law view your either-or definition with respect to there's a third-party application that could make a device accessible, but it costs $1,000. Where does the cost factor come into things? Because we could talk equal access, separate but equal, or equal at an incredible cost. Thank you.
The Act does specify that it cannot be at a cost to the user.
Thank you. Greg?
Greg Fields from RIM. Maybe if Karen could clarify, when you said not an additional cost, you meant not be on a nominal cost, correct?
I'm asking Pam to get me a copy of the Act. I apologize, I don't have it with me, so I'd rather hold off on the answer to that question until we get it. And I think we have a question back here. Diane?
Oh, I was just going to point out that if you're talking about cable set-top boxes, there's a separate provision. It's only on request by the user, and it's at no additional cost, but there's maximum flexibility as to how to comply with that provision.
So if I could, one thing I do want to point out, and I'm sorry, I see you there, I'll get to you in just a second. One thing I do want to point out, so my presentation focused on kind of the questions and broader kind of charter scope that our working group is working toward. We do have a draft put together that we're working through, and we've already started to define these sort of functional level requirements. That work's obviously going to continue. It's not in a form that we felt ready to distribute to the overall team, because it is very much a working draft copy. But some of these points that we've been discussing here already, we actually have started to address and definitely intend to address. But just wanted to make that clear. And I think one of the goals that we have here today is if there's anything that you've seen here as far as questions we're working to address that you see a glaring omission or something else that you want us to be considering for our final report, that's one of our main objectives here, is to make sure that we gather the input from the rest of the teams here, make sure that we are encompassing everything that we need to encompass in our report. So just wanted to make that clear. And I think we had a comment in the back there.
Mr. Nudek, my name is Bunny Rydell with American Community Television, and I think your working group would address some issues that we have. We have issues with AT&T's UVerse system in that it doesn't deliver our public educational and government access channels in a separate form like all the other cable systems do. You have to go to an on-screen menu, and you have to go several clicks in before you can get to public access, educational access, or government access. And we know that we don't need to wait for the accommodations of technology, that AT&T could fix this issue tomorrow. It is inaccessible to the blind and visually impaired. And, our concern is we believe that blind and visually impaired also want to get their city and county council meetings delivered to them, or see educational access programming or other kinds of public access programming. So should we address those concerns to Working Group 4? Would you be the right group?
Honestly, it's an interesting question. I'm not familiar with the details of the issue. To be honest, I haven't seen that implementation or the gap. I'd love to discuss that with you afterwards here, just to get a better understanding. I'm not sure I quite get what the limitation is to access those services.
The limitation is all of our channels are put onto Channel 99. So you'll have like 71 channels on Channel 99. And so if I want to see Menlo Park, I have to choose Menlo Park. If I want to see the government access channel, the next screen I have to choose the government access channel. So the channels are not accessible to the blind and visually impaired. And frankly, AT&T is the only video service provider who does this. I mean, Time Warner, Comcast, Verizon deliver our channels as separate channels, just like NBC or ABC. So that's our problem, is the situation could be fixed tomorrow, and we would like to maybe work with the Working Group 4 to see about bringing about a solution to this. Am I buzzing?
I'm with the Disability Rights Office, and actually one of the areas that I handle are consumer complaints, and we have received some complaints about this particular issue and are addressing them, and would appreciate your filing it. You can do it online as a complaint to the Disability Rights Office. It's not really the scope of this particular working group, even though it's within the general idea of accessibility. I don't think the way the language is written in 204 and 205 addresses this in particular. Well, to the extent that it's an online menu, it does.
Yeah, to the extent that we're talking about accessing video programming via menu options, it may. So I don't want to take it off the table just yet. I think it's something that you can talk about, and we're going to have to look at it a little more closely to see whether it fits into the scope.
It's a current issue as opposed to one that will be changed.
Right. I mean, the problem with technology is that it keeps changing, and so this law is designed to try to keep ahead of the curve. If this is a different type of technology used to access video programming, then we need to at least look at it and see where it fits in.
Concern also is that the blind and visually impaired community are already paying to receive these channels through their cable bill. Right. So they're already paying for the channels either through the franchise fee or the PEG support fees, but they can't access the channels.
Okay. Jeff?
Yeah. Hello. I would expect this would be very similar to the issue that disabled people face right now when they access on-demand content. Again, you need cues, and in that aspect, I would expect that this committee would look for a way to address that you can find nonlinear programming.
Thank you.
This is Naomi from Google. I think this brings up a good point, which is that we really need to cover the functional needs of consumers. And rather than, I think, becoming bogged down, we talked earlier about standards, and there was some discussion of screen readers and how to enable navigation. And I think what's really important for us to address is the list of things that consumers need to do with these devices. So, for instance, a consumer needs to be able to access all of the channels on the device, and then the specific implementation is something that could be worked out technically later.
Thank you. This is Karen. I agree. I mean, I think that you're on the right track. We cannot be looking at only legacy technologies and the way legacy technologies function. So if there are new technologies, new innovations that enable people to access video programming in new ways, then you have to take that into consideration. Are there comments back here? Yeah.
Glenn Goldstein, Viacom. The question, will the rules that come out focusing on accessibility for user interfaces and program guides, will those be focused more towards the devices and the device manufacturers, or towards the content providers and MVPDs and those who build the applications that power the video experiences on these devices?
Right. At this point, we're not able to answer that question. I mean, I think that that's one of the determining who has the liability and for what is one of the things that we're going to be needing to figure out. I'm sorry to be so evasive, but we're open to any recommendations that you may provide, but that's kind of critical to determining the outcome of your task.
Yeah, I guess, Karen, I'd agree with that. I think it's going to be dependent on the situation, and that market, let's say, for that is very much evolving and quickly. I think there is some points that I tried to highlight earlier that indicate whatever applications, device, what have you, is shipped to the end user, whether it's whatever the manufacturer ships. At least this was my read. Whatever that manufacturer ships to an end customer, with, let's say that end customer is an MVPD, and then must meet a certain set of requirements, and then what the MVPD ships to their end user, that should have additional software components on it, then the obligation moves to whoever provided those. That was my read, and I think that's something that we're discussing in the working group and that we're going to work to define. But yeah, I certainly consider that within our scope.
Good. Question over there, yes.
John Carr from EchoStar. I have the good fortune of sitting on working groups 2, 3, and 4. And I don't think the mic is on.
Hello?
Yeah.
John Carr from EchoStar. So I think this is one of the critical touch points, frankly, between Working Group 2 and Working Group 4, where no matter how good a user interface you design and how usable it is, if the data is not there to present, there's no way to make missing data accessible. So I think that some of the discussion at some point between Working Groups 2 and Working Groups 4 is going to revolve around what exactly has to happen in there and which. The VPAC report as a whole, I think, needs to address this. I don't know whether it's going to be 2 or 4 to take a first pass at this, but it's a good point, and we'll keep it in mind, I'm sure, in a couple different places.
Okay, I'm just looking around the room to see if there's any additional questions, points, issues anybody wants to raise for Working Group 4.
Hello, Kelly Williams with the NAB. I'm the co-chair of Working Group 3. So we literally found ourselves in the middle between Working Group 2 and 4. No pun intended. So there's a larger issue, and John, for example, sits everywhere. He's heard this spiel, and a number of people have. We perceive, as being in the middle, that there are a couple of issues that intersect between sending data and how data and information gets the descriptions and the fact that how you announce descriptions and how that's handled within the TV set. And we think the impact on Working Group 4 is this concept of preferences, which someone brought up over there, which is really, as we go forward, quite integral to the accessibility of the set. And that is that a consumer says, I want to hear video descriptions when it's available. When it's not available, send me something else. From the emergency information perspective, and I'll talk about that when it's my turn a little bit, that the same sort of preference goes on. Now this gets into, this is Working Group 2, is how, in the term of art that we use, how the described service is announced. And some of that's teed up a little bit in the NPRM that came up. But really the concept of preferences is a bit, in my interpretation, outside the scope of the CVAA. But yet, in our opinion, it's integral to making the accessibility, making consumer devices accessible. So I want to know if you've had any discussion about that, if is that something that's on your radar screen, basically, and sort of how are you going to address that?
Quite honestly, I think I'll open that to the greater working group. I think it's certainly something we do intend to address, although how deeply. Go ahead, John.
Sure. So Shane has brought in the...
John Card from EchoStar. Shane has brought in the concept of persistence, and I think that directly goes to your point, Kelly, that persistence of settings is the things that we're talking about, turning on captioning, for example, and having them stay on, is exactly that. It's a user preference. There are similar kinds of features for video accessibility and probably some other features as well that we will need to touch on. But the subject is introduced into Working Group 4 through the subject of captions. I can't imagine that we'll just stop there. We might. I think we'd be short-sighted to do so. So it's on the table. Thanks for reminding us of it, and in your spare time, feel free to send more comments in. Others may have other comments.
So can I ask a clarifying question there? So is it persistence that you're talking about specifically, or is it I took your statement to address more the condition where you don't have network access to particular information. So for using the example that I think you used with descriptive video, I might want to turn that on by default, but if it's not available in the network stream, I need to provide something else.
That's correct.
Right.
Right now, I don't know if that's what you mean by persistence. I perceive those to be two different things, but maybe not. I mean,
I guess that's why I'm asking the question, because
Right.
I see a fine line, but a difference.
I don't know. You can put it whatever bin you'd like. I'm agnostic about that, but I
Okay.
think it's just become really evident that descriptions will be there sometimes they will not. Emergency information will be there sometimes it won't. Well, most of the time it won't, but sometimes it is. So the issue is, how does the consumer find it? And there is the, pardon me for bringing this up, the now, not now. So how do we be forward-looking and providing these preferences and doing these things without disenfranchising people who currently use the service? And then that leads to a thought about when will sets that have, well, most sets have some level of persistence in it, but this idea of preference, when is not now? Will these sets be out there? And this gets into a group that man right there, that John Card heads, which over in CEA, about what you do with metadata. But we are circling around this sort of issue, and from my perspective, which is over-the-air broadcasters, where if someone has a standard TV set, we're sending directly to the information directly to that TV set. In the set-top box environment, there's a little bit more creativity, lots more options, but we're sort of bound by, since we're not a vertically integrated industry, by what consumers do with TV sets now, what they'll do in the future. But it just comes up of saying, I think, really it's more than persistence. It's options and preferences, and when one service is there, you want to see that. When another service is there, you want to see that. If it's not there, what does the consumer then get to see, and how they handle it, and how do they access it? Okay.
No, that's very helpful.
Oh, Melanie wanted to say, Brad wanted to speak too. That's all.
Sure, please, Brad.
All right, Brad. Microphone, please. Thank you. Brad Hodges, American Foundation for the Blind. I think this is a really key and central issue, and let me present a couple of use cases, the most recent of which was trying to find the Today Show on my LodgeNet television set this morning at 7 o'clock when I wasn't real wide awake. Channel 4 ends up on Channel 40, I'm told. I guess the 4 made some sense in someone's mind, but I have yet to figure out that set. So in that kind of use case, I want every time that set comes on, I want to know about accessibility features, and I never want that to go away, because that's one kind of use case. You've got people using LodgeNet, and it's not, we're not using it at home. We use it, so everybody's kind of a naive user, if you will. My set at home, my Dish Network setup at home, obviously I use it all the time, and so in that particular case, I want to be able to cross a different threshold or an additional threshold and say, okay, this is my own set, and in the setup functions and routine, I want to be able to specify this more granular and detailed set of accessibility features and options, and yes, I want them to be persistent. So there's some of each. There's some of each thing. There's the general use case for the system or the technology, and then there is the individual choices within the context of the use of the technology. If that makes any sense, I don't.
I think we have another comment.
Thank you. This is Melanie Brunson from the American Council of the Blind, and I'm also one of the co-chairs of Work Group 3. And I think Brad said part of what I was thinking, but I guess what I would like to add to that, because this is really, in my mind, pretty close to the heart of the issue that we're all grappling with. How do we make the distinctions between what we have to do and what we could do? and how we're going to do that with regard to any particular piece of technology at any particular given time. And I guess in my mind, the issue isn't, you know, is something a preference or is something an obligation or is something a whatever. It's how close does this come to mirroring what sighted people have access to? In order for me as a blind person to have access to the visual information on my television, I have to have audio description of that information in some format. So therefore, I need, in order to have full access, I need to be able to access that audio description in a manner that is equivalent to the manner in which a sighted person accesses that same visual information. So my question is, how do we provide that access in a manner that is actually achievable by the end user? And so if we keep the focus on that issue, then I think we can more easily look at what I liked someone's idea a while ago of making a list of what the consumer, the end users actually need to be able to access, because I think that would help focus the attention on the nature of what it is we're striving to be able to do. And perhaps that would help then to determine the means by which we need to be able to get it done, be it through the actual device or through third-party software. Thank you. I'm not sure that what I just said made a whole lot of sense, but I guess my question, my comment ultimately is that how you deal with the issues that have been talked about in the last couple of minutes really is essential to our ability to make this report and its recommendations thoroughly address the accessibility issues and the needs of the end users that it's aimed at addressing. So it's incredibly significant. Thank you.
Please, Greg.
This is.
Thanks. Greg Fields from RIM. It sounds as though we're all saying the same thing to a degree, and some of the work happening in this work group is documenting actually just what was just mentioned, a series of use cases of what's needed, and then working from that to the related functional performance criteria that you would use to identify the degree to which something is accessible for this given context, and then some requirements that aren't necessarily prescriptive but could apply to devices that we know now and devices that we know in the future. So we have started down that path that would help us to answer those questions, and as Jeff mentioned, we're not there yet, and we'll have to get the feedback of others once we think we're closer to that. But that path of use cases, functional performance criteria, and actual requirements would get us closer than where we are now.
Hello, is this on? Can you hear me? Not quite? Yes? All right, this is Naomi from Google. I don't think it's on. I don't see any car. Oh, there it is. All right. This is Naomi from Google. I want to thank you for those comments from the ACB. I think it's really important for us to have the same level of consumer participation in Working Group 4 that we did in Working Group 1, where we broke out and we had a performance objective section that really clearly set out, here are things that we need in captions to support the needs of deaf and hard of hearing people. I think similarly, I feel like in our discussions so far in Working Group 4, we've been focused a lot on the structure, and I'm not sure what the best way is to get more sort of consumer input on the pure, use case. Here's what I want to do with this navigation. Here's the functional thing that a person with a disability needs to do. I'm not sure what the best way is to get that additional input, but I feel like it's something that we could use more of.
Okay, anyway, what I was going, I think Naomi gave a nice segue into one thing we had hoped to do this morning, but apparently we weren't quite prepared technically to do, and that is John Herzog, who is with the FCC and a member of several of the working groups, has prepared a demo of using something called TV Speak, which is a way to access program guides, and we were not able to provide a demo for you this morning. He may be able to set something up later in the day, either at lunch or at the end of the day, closer to a window, because we need over-the-air television, digital television. But this is a user, it would be a demonstration of a user case of how this particular software functions, not that we're endorsing this particular thing, but just show how someone interacts with what is currently available, and John would be able to provide an assessment as to what its strengths and weaknesses are. So we invite people to see this when and if it is ready for you. But I think the point being that we are trying to solicit information from users in order to really know what the functional requirements are, because establishing the functional requirements is really the baseline, the starting point for what this group wants to do.
We're exploring, this is Karen, we're exploring making this available in our Technology Experience Center and possibly sending you a link with the demo. I think there was another question down there and then over there. Oh.
It's analog.
And maybe we can put their technical expertise.
Well, I think, Kelly, that you might have just volunteered for a job.
Come see us during the break.
Yes.
I'm not sure where the commission was getting analog television
It's it's on the roof.
Yes, I know, but there isn't any more analog.
Oh, well, there's a line that comes down.
But we won't want analog.
Okay.
I know.
Yes? Hey, quiet, everybody. Go ahead.
Hi, Andy Scott with NCTA. I wanted to go back to the issue of use cases and behaviors. I hear what everybody says about use cases, and I think to some degree that's important, but I think the road, to accomplishing this is fraught with peril, if you will, when we start talking too much about use cases. The problem with use cases is, and I'm speaking as an engineer, is you quickly get bogged down into certain hardware configuration, lots of discussion about what's available in legacy equipment today, so on and so forth. I think we need to raise up a little bit from that discussion of pure use cases, and I deal with them all the time, and talk more about the list of behaviors that the consumers really want to see with equipment, whether that's equipment today, or more importantly, equipment going forward. So just a word of caution there about use cases. I've seen this group get bogged down in those before, and we could spend an awful lot of time talking about various lash-ups and configurations, and I don't think that's a prudent use of our time. So thank you.
Yeah, Andy, this is Jeff, and that's a point I tried to highlight before, is that it's a fine line for us that we keep going back and forth on, because the deeper you get into, and this might just be a terminology thing, between behaviors and use cases, I think sometimes they're used interchangeably, but the deeper we go into use cases, the closer we get to discussing specific implementations, rather than taking it up a level and discussing, totally agnostic of device, a user interface. What do I need to be able to do with that to access video programming? I mean, that's essentially the question we need to deal with. And it's, I think, as everybody can probably see, it's hard to do that without getting deep into implementation. So it's a constant challenge that we're working through. But yeah, I completely agree. I think that's our intent.
I might make a recommendation, if you haven't already done this, to create a subgroup of your committee that would be dedicated to designing or articulating the user needs, however you want to couch it. If you have not done that, maybe you already have. There are some hands shooting up. So go ahead.
I'll
I'll pass it down. I'm sorry, I didn't see who had their hands raised over there. Andy?
Andy Scott. Andy Scott again with NCTA. Karen, I appreciate that recommendation. However, I think if this group has learned anything at all, it's that breaking up into small working groups hasn't worked very well for us. We have just now gotten back together, and I think we've made probably the most progress since that has occurred than any time before. So I think we should kind of stick together. The group is manageable and small enough and focused now. I think I'd like to see it continue without breaking up into smaller groups, which just seems to only serve to sort of, fractionalize the discussion a little bit. So anyway, my comments.
You clearly have a preference, whatever works for your group.
Just my thoughts. I'll leave it to the others in the group to make some comments if they wish to.
May I ask you whether, and I had to step out of the room for a little bit, so I might have missed this, but do you have a timeline?
Actually, Karen, you didn't miss it. It's something I didn't include in my presentation, although I do intend to cover it. So our timeline that we've been discussing is submitting our, what I'll call the final draft, although final and draft don't often go together, final draft for the greater VPAC by early February, beginning February. And that'll leave, I believe it's going to be the final VPAC report, including all the three working groups, is due to the FCC, I believe, mid-April, if I remember right, the 18th, 8th, I'm sorry, so April 8th. And in discussing this with Larry and Wayne, I think it's going to take at least a couple months once we have all three groups' reports to really consolidate them and get them well aligned. So our goal is February 1 to get a final draft submitted. Okay.
I just want to mention that as you try to dig more into the abstract layers of functionality instead of trying to deal with specific implementations, the demonstration of TV Speaker, other things will, as you've already seen I think a few times, it gives you a sense of how other approaches are doing, but you do want to get to this level of, but what in general would be the best way to get at it. And I think some interesting work's been done on internet-based interfaces, even though there may not be web browsers on these devices. The Accessible Rich Interface Applications group on the W3C is grappling with this issue all the time, visual interfaces, alternate interfaces. So there is some good abstract work being done there. And previous reports, anyone who's dealing with user interface design, AFB and ACB certainly, have many times gotten on cell phone access and others, just the basic needs, and then implementations are up to the individual organizations.
And actually, one additional point I should make is on the topic of demos and particular implementations that are available today. There are some links on the VPAC Wiki today under the Working Group 4 page, which is accessible through the main VPAC page. There are some links for some particular demos. I think the TV Speak there is a link available on the wiki for that, as well as a couple others. I can't recall offhand, but there's also links to some W3C materials that we thought were very good references for our team to look at and take as input. I'm sorry, Greg Fields?
Thanks, Greg Fields from RIM. Maybe a question for Larry, just going back to something you just mentioned. You'd mentioned that maybe not all devices that we're talking about would have a browser. And maybe this is a question for clarification. Since we're talking about multimedia delivered through the internet, wouldn't one of the requirements for covered devices to be one that actually has a browser?
Are you saying that that's a criteria for whether they're covered or not? Is that what was your question?
Just asking.
I don't think so. Go ahead.
So, John?
John Card from EchoStar.
EchoStar builds set-top boxes and operates Dish Network's broadcast system. If we only have to worry about internet-connected devices, the satellite guys, we can take the rest of the day off. So I think, Greg, the answer is this is broader than just internet. That's absolutely a critical component and gives a lot of interesting solution space. But certainly a large number of customers of some cable systems and satellite operators and broadcast folks who receive broadcast don't have internet available to them. So our recommendations are going to have to take that into account, I suspect, at the end of the day.
Even though it's called IP?
Part of what we're doing is IP. Part of it is broadcast audio and video.
And if I could, and I see a hand there. One comment before. My thought on that, because it's something I've been thinking about. Oh, I'm sorry. So I think I saw a comment on that in one of the drafts that we're going through, and my thought is, I mean, a browser in my mind is an instance of an implementation, right? Definitely one that's becoming much more prevalent, but not necessarily the only one that I think we need to deal with. So I'm actually looking at that as one of the times where we're on the line of implementation versus use case. So it's an interesting one I think we're going to have to address. I don't consider it to be the only one that we'll need to address, though. But I'm sorry, we had a comment down the...
Yes, thank you. This is Anne Marie Rohali from Microsoft. I just wanted to make a comment to Greg, is that there are many other ways that people can get access to internet-delivered programming, and not only through a web browser. We've all seen, the iPad and the app model, and that's becoming a very popular model too, where people have specialized apps that they're using to get access to this type of content, and that's not a web browser.
Okay, going around the room again. Open forum, if anybody has any other questions, issues, points they'd like to raise. Okay, please.
I was just going to say that our working group, as Andy pointed out, has made quite a bit of progress in the past couple of months when we all came back together from several little task groups, largely because we put together, and Jeff actually took the lead on this, of putting together an outline of what we thought would be all the topics to be covered in our final report to the VPAC. And this outline has been used as a way to solicit other entries by members of the working group, and we've received quite a bit of material from various people, and much of it fairly recently, so we haven't really had a chance to discuss it together as a working group. But we would be happy to share the general outline with just sort of the topics, which I must admit rely quite heavily on the work done by Working Group 1, because we thought that outline of that report was so useful and relevant for all of us. But to the extent that we thought that Working Group 4's outline should actually be compatible with the outlines for other working groups, we would like to make that sort of a topic of discussion for today and see what we come up with by the end of the day, so that it won't take 3 months to put all the reports together. It might be a slightly easier job if they're somewhat compatible on the same path to begin with.
I have a question before we close this working group. How many consumers are active in this working group that are either blind or visually impaired? Can you raise your hand in the rooms if you're blind and visually impaired and active on this working group? Brad? Anybody else?
Louis Herrera.
And John?
Louis Herrera also.
Okay. So there, okay. Do you feel that there is adequate representation of consumers? I'm actually calling this issue out to the front. I just want to make sure that that the user needs are adequately addressed as you move forward in your discussions. Okay.
But I will say, speaking as co-chair, I mean, we'd certainly welcome additional input if there's others that have thoughts that they want us to cover.
Brad, and I don't know whether Louis wanted to add something.
Yes, ma'am.
Louis, is that you on the phone?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you want to say something?
Yeah.
This is Karen.
Yeah, this is Louis here, AIPB. One of the things that I have done in my due diligence in wanting to make sure that I am not just speaking from my own personal point of view is to solicit input from the general visually impaired groups that I am affiliated with, and other consumers who are on the verge of becoming legal visually impaired people on functionality and capability that they are looking for. So in terms of making sure that I, as a visually impaired person, having a voice within this group, is to get input and make sure that I can synthesize that into a list of wants and needs that the consumers would like to have options to and be able to use. So I do try to make sure that we do get enough input from the general consumer groups.
I think there was a question. Thank you. This is Karen. There's a question down here. Brad, did you want to say something?
Thank you. This is
Brad, raise your hand.
sorry. Okay. Thank you. This is Brad Hodges, American Foundation for the Blind. I think there's adequate consumer representation. At the same time, these are tricky issues and thorny issues when we know the territory, as we have in the past, when we deal with one operating system and one, let's say, an operating system and an application suite. It's tricky and dicey. We're dealing with multiple operating systems, multiple technologies, and trying to predict the future. So I think we need to persevere. And I did want to speak to the use of use cases, if I might, just a moment. I agree that we can't pursue a path of sort of infinite granularity, but at the same time, use cases are what allow us to make rational and intelligent and informed assessments and predictions of the success or the difficulties in a given set of behaviors that an engineering effort might produce. So I think the two work hand in hand, one informing the other.
Shane?
This is Shane Feldman from the National Association of the Deaf. So far, I'm the only deaf person in working group number 4, and I would like to see more deaf participants in the group. So far, I've had a great experience working with Jeff as our leader. However, I have expressed concern before about not having subgroups, not being able to break out into subgroups, because I think we should have one group to focus on captioning, and then that could be brought to the larger group. I am participating in the process, but I do feel that there may be a bit of a lack of deaf voice in this, and I think that we need further input on some of these issues. I used to be the co-chair of working group number 1, and I felt that it was an easier to manage group because we had our hand-raising tool available to us, and people took turns, and everyone was involved, but it's been very hard to be involved in conference calls. And I think that that's one of the hardest things as a deaf participant, to be involved in the conference calls without that, to be able to discuss these issues. But I would like to see other consumers who are deaf involved in this group.
I have 2 responses to that. Number one, we do recommend, you're not required, but we do recommend that you use the hand-raising tool or something akin to that tool during conference calls. I'm not sure whether you're using that yet, but it really is critical. It helps hearing people and non-hearing people, but it's particularly important to have a tool like that because there are going to be longer pauses when you're having people on the phone using video relay services or other kinds of relay services. So it's really critical to have equal opportunity to participate in your conference calls. With respect to the subgroups, we can take some of this offline. My only advice is that even if we can talk about whether or not we can add a couple of people maybe from working group 1 that are finished with their task on working group 1 from the deaf or hard of hearing community. If the group is amenable to that, I'm sure that we would be amenable to it. Even if the group is not, you're well within your right to gather your own group of people and submit something to your own working group. So for example, if you have a group of consumers, there are various consumers here in the room. I see people in the back, Joe Gordon and Cheryl Hepner and Lisa Hamlin, and Claude is over there. Lots of different people that you can work closely with on preparing maybe a list of user needs and requests for things that you want incorporated into the final draft that you can submit as a group, even if they're not part of the working group. You can still work with these individuals. Again, we can take up with Jeff and Pratik and others whether or not they're amenable to having additional members added to this group as well from the deaf and hard of hearing community. Question back there.
Hello. Hi, Vince Roberts, Disney ABC Television Group, and I'm going to echo what Shane had mentioned, and for what it's worth, our experience with Working Group 1, the value of the subgroups was to be able to sort of divide and conquer, because we had a very short period of time to deliver the recommendation, and it was helpful to have a combination of industry and consumer helping manage each of those subgroups. Then we tied that back to the overall outline of the actual report and made specific assignments for contribution for draft that would then, on our conference calls, using both the CART tool, the hand-raising tool, it was really helpful to be able to have both the text to refer back to, but also just to effectively try to manage. We had 35 people, Shane, roughly on the phone at any given time. So it was difficult to manage, but it was, we believe, effective because we got it done. But it was helpful just to have a cohesive one-person drafting and then review by the group. But for what it's worth, that was our experience.
So let me say I appreciate both comments. And Shane, I didn't recognize that the hand-raising tool was creating a limitation for us. So we'll absolutely implement that and make sure we have that going forward. But to your point, we have not been using that. So we'll address that. On the topic of subgroups, so it is actually something that we did. We did try that as the path to get us to our initial draft report. And quite honestly, it didn't go well, I would say, at all. And I don't know that anybody would disagree with that. Why that is, there's probably a variety of reasons, but I would say in the past, I guess, month to 2 months since we got back together as a full team, we've made dramatically more progress. But also to the point Karen made there, if anybody within the team wants to have sidebar discussions or come to the greater team with recommendations that incorporate inputs from others, please, absolutely, I would recommend that. I'm definitely hesitant to break the team up again because, from my perspective, it kind of delayed our progress throughout the summer. But I mean, I'm also open to, having smaller sets of groups work as kind of sidebar teams to bring inputs to the broader team as well. So I certainly don't want to dictate how we need to get our work done. I think the outline that we've got now, the draft that we're working through, is probably given us a better basis if we wanted to break into subgroups. But I just based on the progress we've seen today over the last couple months, I think we've at least started to find our groove. So I don't want to break up that momentum if at all possible. But please, Shane.
This is Shane Feldman from the National Association of the Deaf. I think a big reason why we were slowed down or delayed during the summer is due to the nature of summer itself. You said it. And then secondly, some of us were recovering from work group 1, that our report was due in July, so some of us took about a month's worth of time to recover, and I think that many of us are ready to get back in the saddle and devote our energy to work group 4, and we're looking forward to that. And thank you to Vince. I wanted to also say thanks to Vince. I really enjoyed working with you. And I think that, we had a very successful turn with work group 1. Thanks so much.
Sometimes it's just the pressure of the actual deadline that gets you moving. So hopefully, we're confident, let's say that we're confident that you will be able to rally and pull together your report. I did want to just double back to the charge issue, and I think that we already covered it. I just wanted to verify that Diane was correct, that if it's if there's an on-screen text menu or guide provided by a navigation device that must be accessible under the rules, it's upon request, and it's at no additional charge and within a reasonable time provided to such individual to ensure that such software, device, equipment, service, or solution provides the access required by the regulations. Just wanted to close that loop.
Okay, with that, I'll open it up again for any final comments, questions for the Working Group 4 team. John?
This is John Carr from EchoStar.
I've been wrestling with whether or not I want to make a confession to this group or not, and I guess I'm going to. I will confess that I have designed some very bad user interfaces in my career. And just to kind of do some level setting amongst the VPAC members, I don't believe the VPAC is going to be able to mandate the perfection of user interfaces. I do think that much like sighted users who can't figure out how to use a user interface, even though they have a manual written in some form of English in front of them and are on the phone with some kind of tech support, there will be bad solutions in the marketplace. I hope they will quickly disappear, and certainly I am certain none of the companies I am involved with would have anything to do with them. However, at the end of the day, when we focus on the recommendations and the very high-level requirements, I think we have the best chance of success. So I think, speaking to Andy Scott's point, being able to describe the what you need to do rather than the how it needs to work gives us the best chance of producing anything. Thank you, Adam. Anything usable at all, but anything whatsoever. So that's it. Thank you.
Can I respond to that, John?
Brad?
Sure.
John, I appreciate that. I can say as close as I can tell, given that you might have had some hand in the equipment in my home right now. Right now, what you've got is not one of the failures. But let me say this. As sighted folks, and the majority of folks in this room are sighted folks, as sighted folks, you have a fair amount of visual margin, which you can use to sort out a poorly oriented object. You can figure out what you're really looking at. A poorly placed street sign or road sign, a poorly designed interface on any kind of a device. You curse at it, you may not like it, you may even cancel your subscription at a certain point, but you've got a fair amount of visual margin to figure that out. We do not have that same kind of margin. So as we contemplate the both the sort of specification of behaviors as well as the more practical implications of all this, please constantly bear that in mind, that yes, there are analogous considerations, but not completely, because you've always got that visual margin to accommodate a visual ambiguity that we don't. Is that taken? Yeah, it's a. Yeah.
Okay, unless there's any other comments or questions, I guess we'll close the Working Group 4 plenary session.
I think this was a really healthy discussion, and I hope that you all agree. I'm going to turn it over to Pam.
If you happen to have filled out the form regarding the next meeting in terms of which date is best for you, if you could either lay it on the tables and I'll go around and pick them up so we can maybe give some results back on that.
Now, before you leave, what we're going to be doing, am I correct, is that we're going to be switching who is at this dais to the Working Group 3, right? That's next, Working Group 3. So take your cards with you. We were going to have lunch now until 12:30, and I just want to point out the new recycling receptacles in this room. So please feel free to use them. Now, we do not have to walk around with black bags and gather them for you. There's a question? Yeah. Paul. Paul?
Paul.
Go ahead, just start talking.
Just to clarify. Was what
No, raise your hand a little bit more. Okay, now start talking.
Just to clarify, is what dates were possible, not necessarily preferred?
That's right. The date, you want to put down the dates, any of the dates that you can make a meeting, not necessarily preferred. Yes?
This is Naomi. Just to clarify, did you say that you sent out an email to VPAC with an attachment this evening, last night? Because I have not received anything from Pam or Steve.
I did send out an email, and Steve Jacobs resent it, but it didn't go through. Meanwhile, I have all of the documents on flash drives, and if you don't have a copy of the documents on, electronically, please come and take one of these, but return it. I came with 7, and I now have 1, so there's 6 missing.
And that was the presentations from today?
They're all in an envelope or a folder called 11-1-11. No,
There was this DTV transition thing that, okay, never mind. But in any event, we have to evolve. We have to wait for consumer products to get into the marketplace. We have to wait for equipment to be developed, invented, implemented at the broadcast station level. So there's the now and the not now. And if anybody wants to know where that comes from, just ask me. So we're going to look at it now. We're going to look at not now. And we've sort of divided it up for now into 3 levels: near term, middle term, long term. So the other thing we're asked to do, which is to identify regulations that need to be changed, implemented, any of that sort of thing. We actually haven't come up with any yet, but I'm sure we will if we sort of burrow through. And then we will look at some standards and protocols that might need to be adopted by the industry standards organizations. Now, this is important because, at least for the broadcast industry and many of the digital television industries, we use an ATSC standard, Advanced Television Systems Committee. That defines the over-the-air broadcast system. There are constraints in there on how you do things. I used this term when I was talking this morning about signaling, issues like that. As we look forward, we need to think about, do there need to be changes, augmentations, or something done to those standards, and we can make those recommendations. And then the last thing we have to talk about is implementation deadlines. I think all of us have that similar recommendation. So the approach that we took in putting together our questions, let me just add one more thing. So the last part of our report will be things we talked about, but we're not currently recommending. There are a lot of issues, a lot of things, a lot of ideas that came up that aren't sort of practical even in the long term, but maybe is something that the Commission might be able to foster down the road. And then there are a lot of things that we think, well, it's the same thing, really ought to be looked at very far down the road, but there are no immediate solutions for. So there's one thing I do want to bring up here pretty off the bat. There's some language in here that we wrestled with and made a first cut conclusion on, and we had some discussion with staff about this. One of the issues is in the description of identifying performance objectives, talks about emergency information delivered using Internet protocol. So when we think about this, there are sort of 2 things, and I'm going to get kind of geeky for a second. there are really two concepts when we talk about Internet Protocol. There's Internet Protocol, the actual structure and protocol, and there's Internet Protocol, which loosely means via the Internet. So there are technologies, for example, in ATSC MH or mobile DTV, the structure of the signal that's used, or the transport structure, is Internet Protocol, but it is not the Internet. There are a lot of technologies, even within, like internal to pieces of equipment or between pieces of equipment, where an IP structure is used, but it is not the Internet. So in looking at this, we interpreted that as information delivered via the Internet. There is no consistent method for delivering emergency information via the Internet. There are subscription services. I subscribe to my neighborhood sort of blog list, but this is not a methodology for delivering emergency information over the Internet. So our conclusion, which for now we all agree on, and certainly open to discussion on this, is that we are not going to address that, because since there is not a methodology for delivering emergency information on the Internet, we cannot make it accessible. And we don't see our charge as inventing a methodology for delivering emergency information via the Internet. That is not something that could be done in 18 months. That would be a substantial undertaking. So we are not going to talk about that in our report, and we will talk about the fact that we're not going to talk about that in the report. So that's the basic information on the questions. So at this point, the next step is to have some discussion if there are any staff reaction to questions that we might want to put up. Oh, Rosalind.
Hi, Rosalind Crawford here at the FCC.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a little confused about your explanation of why you're not dealing with emergency information via the Internet.
Because there is no way to deliver emergency information via the Internet.
And forgive me, but my basic understanding of these provisions is dealing with video programming over the Internet. And we know that video programming is being delivered over the Internet.
Good point.
And there may be, like there is in broadcast and cable scenarios, there's information that may be delivered over the Internet by way of the video programming. I'm thinking in particular for IPTV or Internet-based television that is in fact live.
Okay.
Live streamed, and that has a crawl over the visual screen.
Okay.
And isn't that delivering emergency information over the Internet? It's delivering it via the video programming over the Internet in a visual basis, and it is that visual information that this law, the CVAA, requires to be accessible.
Yes.
To people who are blind or have visual impairments. So,
this was in fact with Alan's argument. We could talk about this now, or we could.
I think we need to talk about it.
Okay, cool.
If you're
No
not, if
problem.
you're saying that you're not covering it.
Oh, no, no, I don't
yeah.
want to not talk about it. I just didn't want to skip over the
Right.
staff questions part.
I just want to say that I may need to leave, but I think it's really critical. There's another meeting that I need to attend.
All right, let me explain, okay? Because we had a long discussion about this. We had a very long discussion about this. So there are a couple of things. What you talked about is, you talked about Internet TV. IPTV is one of those things that falls into the IP structure but is not the Internet. So Fios and UVerse is not the Internet. It is IPTV. So it is IP structured television. It is not the Internet. So when you are watching Fios or UVerse, IPTVs, you are watching, it's no different than watching it over the air, on cable, or any of that. So in that case, you are just seeing the local broadcast station as you would see it over the air regularly. So we don't need to address that because we're addressing that in sort of a macro issue. There's nothing specific that has to happen on UVerse or Fios to make that work, because you see the broadcast station makes that information accessible. in the case of watching something like Hulu or Yahoo, there is no way to send emergency information via Hulu or Yahoo. There is no uniform methodology. So like I said, I can subscribe to my blog and I get a little pop-up window when something happens in my neighborhood. Trying to look at every single methodology that exists on the planet for distributing information over the internet and making it accessible is a larger issue than emergency information. Does that make sense?
Sort of, yes, to a certain extent.
I mean, we would have to invent a methodology for doing that because there is no universal methodology. And we did not believe, and again, this is the discussion point, we did not believe that the intent of the CVAA was to say that any person looking at a computer would get emergency information.
Again, though, this is Karen, the focus is not on anything appearing on any web page, but it is if it's appearing on video programming. So
right. So you would say that if I'm watching Hulu, I should get emergency information?
Let me give you another example. Let's take maybe a little bit of a more concrete example. Let's look at CNN. Let's say if CNN is simulcasting an emergency on television, and it's video programming in the sense that it's like what would appear on television. It's not only on their website.
And it's CNN's responsibility to make that accessible, not the IP distribution network that makes it accessible.
If that's your recommendation, then that may be fine.
Right.
But that's still within your charge.
Yes, and like I said, we will talk about why we're not talking about it. What we wanted to make clear was we are not trying to make the internet accessible. And one could interpret this as saying any information that I get while I'm watching, this is where it comes down to, while I'm watching Hulu, that has to be made accessible. But Hulu will never send you internet information. CNN will. Now, one of the things with a local broadcaster is, and this was Alan's point, which I'm sure he's probably going to make, what if you're watching a broadcast station streaming where you're not? Because copyright laws all but prohibit that. So, because broadcasters don't have the right to stream all of their programs all the time. So you're not going to be sitting there watching Channel 7 all day long. You may watch the newscast, which they, for example, some local stations stream, in which case, again, it's the TV station's responsibility to make that accessible. Once it becomes accessible via the TV station, it automatically becomes accessible via the internet.
We should hear from Alan.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I think the other piece of that is that, as I think you said when you kind of began this topic, is that this is information or a service that's carried over the internet, and so it's not the internet per se. In other words, if I'm sitting at my computer, I don't all of a sudden have an interruption from some internet or some web service that I have not made active, but rather here I have a web service active, and there is emergency information provided through that web service, through that video. And for example, if the broadcast station that I'm watching, I'm watching video programming from Hulu that came from the broadcast station at some point, and I need to make sure that the capabilities of my receiving equipment, and I'm using that as the rendering and receiving, as it's transported over the internet, is then usable as I receive it.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Right. I think that's right, and we deal with it at that particular level. So I'm happy to have more discussion about this, because Rosen's still looking at me like this doesn't make sense. So maybe we can, like, when we get to the open discussion area, we can come back to that. I don't want to be a stickler for the agenda, but if we want to move on to more questions now, if we don't, then we can just jump back into it, and I can go through some other issues that we have, because believe me, this ain't the only thing that ought to get your ire going. So, is there any staff questions that we want, or should we?
Go on.
All righty then. I feel vindicated. We were thorough. Okay. So the next step is I'm gonna cover a couple of. Well, let me stick to there are a couple of things. the next step in our agenda here is identification of potential overlap. And pardon me if I steal any of Working Group 2's thunder. Maybe it'll make the afternoon session go faster. So there were a couple of working assumptions that we do not necessarily have consensus on, but I'm going to throw them out there for discussion in the group. So one of our sort of working premises is that a visually impaired person knows how to find video descriptions on their TV set. Well, okay, so, I really would like to discuss this, because the whole point, I understand the challenges in doing it, but people watch it now. So one of our thought was the emergency information goes or takes the same place. I've been using the word goes because I'm looking at it from an engineering perspective, but let's look at it from a consumer perspective. You would get that information from the same place, the same source on your consumer device that you would get video descriptions. Now this is where the preference thing comes in long term. So the sort of use case that we've been working off was somebody's in their home. You hear those 3 beeps that there's a crawl, but a non-sighted person can't read the crawl. What do? This is the fundamental thing of making emergency information accessible. The idea that we can take that crawl and do an oral representation of that crawl and deliver that oral representation to the consumer. From a broadcaster standpoint, we can make that oral representation. There is technology that allows us to, there is technology that allows us to do that. It's not in a neat, clean package, and we'll have to get some vendors to put things together, but we can make the audio representation of a crawl that a broadcaster creates. Now, I want to be clear here that we are not necessarily talking about EAS alerts, because broadcasters create crawls that maybe didn't come from the government. Maybe it's a street's closed. You know, that's not your local government may not issue an EAS for that, but it's something consumers want. So we're really just talking about any crawl that's preceded, and this is based on a particular rule section in the FCC rules, where you precede that crawl with the 3 beeps, and we're trying to solve that problem. Now, if the problem is larger than that, I think we need to understand that it's larger than that. But that's really sort of where we're working on. Again, one of our working assumptions: if programming is interrupted, the emerging information is de facto accessible. That is, that there is someone talking, telling you that there's a problem. Now, you can't see pictures of the graphics, but there is an oral representation of what that information is. It's the case where programming isn't interrupted that we need to deal with. It's the crawl and making that. So from now I'll switch back to the technology point of view. The idea is, how do we get that information to the consumer now? How do we get that oral representation to the consumer? Well, one of my conclusions, and because we don't have consensus, is, well, you send it down the path that the video descriptions go. That's one of the logical, and again, I open that up for discussion. And so the issue of how a consumer finds that information is a little dicey in the now, because we all recognize that there are issues now with finding these situations, finding video descriptions. But we are limited technologically right now to a 2-channel audio world. We all know this discussion has gone around. How do we get around that? It's not an issue, well, let me not burrow into it. If somebody wants to, we can burrow into it. But right now, when the Commission acknowledged this in the report and order, we live in a 2-channel audio world. So we have to work with what we have. Now, let me back up. I said 2-channel. I don't like to use that word. We are in a 2-audio service, because one service that we have now has 5.1 channels. So we have another service. So there are issues that come up with how the consumer finds it. In order for a consumer to find it on their set, we have to tell the consumer that the information is there. This is called announcing in the ATSC structure. We send metadata to a TV set that says, here's Mr. TV set, here's how you found the video, it's there, and there's this audio, and there's some other audio there, and there's some other audio there, and there's all kinds of stuff. And then the set puts this all together and makes it into something that a consumer can see. So the issue is, given the constraints that we have, and given what's in the report and order, now then, interestingly, the report and order gives us some flexibility in how or what we announce. Sort of how do we announce it, and what are those parameters, and what, well, let's see, what are those recommended practices? That's a term of art that we use. Because we really believe that there actually is a solution. Mark Iyer proposed one, actually, in a while. That's, yes, he did, and it turns out it might actually be workable as an interim solution. And I was skeptical at first, so let me apologize in public to Mark if I sound skeptical, but having researched it, it looks like it may work. So this is the overlap. So this whole, I've kind of laid this out briefly, but this is the, we're part of this sort of ecosystem where you have industries creating content, sending that content, but it's got to be distributed through, from my perspective, my members, a television station, radio is not a problem, a television station, through an MVPD, or however the consumer's getting their video information, and then there has to be some concomitant sort of accessibility in the TV set. And when I say we were in the middle, from a broadcaster's perspective, I know how to make a crawl talk. That is not a hard thing to do. It will take time, but it's not a hard thing to do. Know how to do that. You have demos where people do that. This is not a difficult thing to do. The issue is, how do we get that audio representation of the crawl, to the consumer? Okay, I'm done. No. Melanie, please. It's right in front of you.
Move further. There you go.
Thank you, Kelly. And let me just add a little bit of specific to that, because one of the things that we did and will include in our report is some, I guess you'd call them policy recommendations regarding the circumstances under which one might, under which we would recommend that programming be interrupted on either the main channel or the channel where the audio description is being provided, in the cases of most serious threats, and then cases in the next level of seriousness down to where we may do simply the either the 3 beeps, or there'd be an announcement that audible representation of the information that was being crawled will be provided on X channel or something like that, to deal with the next level of threats. So essentially what we've tried to do is come up with some guidelines as to the nature. We developed a series of priorities with regard to trying to classify or prioritize types of emergency situations, and indicate under each level then how one might deal with making sure that that information is communicated as quickly and as efficiently as is warranted by the nature of the emergency, so that people who can't read the visual information would have access to it in a timely and fully accessible fashion. So there may be situations where one would be instructed or directed somehow to turn to an audio description channel. And then, of course, the overlap is other groups are trying to figure out how one then accesses that channel and how one knows how to access that channel. So, thanks.
Okay, John Herzog.
This is John Herzog, the FCC. Kelly mentioned in his report that one of the assumptions was that blind consumers would know how to turn on descriptive video on their television sets or cable boxes. That was a working assumption that the group came to. But I just wanted to add to that we did include in our report, and are going to include in the final version, the acknowledgement that right now it's very hard for a blind and visually impaired person to turn on and off the descriptive, mainly because there's no input feedback whatsoever, no beeps, no clicks, no whatever. And so they're basically limited to memorizing a keystroke sequence that they have to use both to turn it on and turn it off. So in our report, we talk about possible ways to help a blind and visually impaired consumer know the key sequence, including writing up detailed instructions and giving them to consumers in a myriad of formats like Braille, CD, et cetera, et cetera. This will kind of help overcome the problem of having no feedback until interfaces become accessible. So we do work from the assumption that people know how to turn on descriptive, but the reality is that a lot of people don't, because it's hard to do, but we're trying to address that as well, and I just wanted to add that.
And if I could, this is Melanie, and I think, the actual know-how is probably more applicable to the medium and long-term solutions, hint, hint. Because obviously right now, yes, the reason I said we don't have consensus is because, yes, people who use description know how, but there are the population of visually impaired people in this country is growing a lot quicker than the amount of described programming is, or the availability of individuals to find out how to access it is. So, we're adding new people to that population every day, and it takes time for people to find out how to access it. And quite frankly, even if you know intellectually how to access it, you aren't necessarily able to access it. And I think that's where the rub is, because there are a lot of people who have to have sighted assistance in order to get their television reliably turned from the mainstream channel to the audio description channel right now. So in an emergency, in a pinch, we can't rely on that knowledge to get us the information that we need, at least in the short term. So that's why we're looking to see, yes, that is a working assumption, but we're looking at to what extent we need to recommend fail-safes in addition to that working assumption, and for how long that we need to go down the road before we get to making that a more reliable assumption.
Hi, Bradley.
Brad Hodges, American Foundation for the Blind. Thank you. Two things. I think that the access to this information is a related but special case. Let me ask, has the committee contemplated metadata that would differentiate description related to emergency information, would differentiate it from description related to programming?
Yes.
And is it the recommendation of the working group that this be done and become a part of the infrastructure?
I was quickly then. John's waiting very patiently in the queue.
Because
yes, Brad. I think will we recommend that it be done? Yeah, probably. That is a bit of a complicated issue. I don't know if we'll delve into what those complications are, but that certainly would go in our last section, because that would entail making changes to the ATSC, not just making changes to the standard, but making some changes to some fundamental tenets in how you announce and do things.
Okay.
So yes, I think that's certainly something that could be done. But that is definitely a not now thing. It
Okay.
could take a year or two to
Right,
get that
because
in this
it would be my consideration and my thinking that we would want to assume that if a broadcast took place which contained the metadata announcing emergency description information, that be announced in the default behavior of a video device, and that unless and until the user of that device turned it off, that it remained on. I think of my situation last March in Seattle with the tsunami. I've been in Phoenix during sandstorms. I've been in Minnesota during tornadoes on more times than you can imagine without my own television equipment. And so to my mind, it makes sense that the default behavior be for the description to come through, and if the person doesn't care to listen to the description, it's an easy enough matter to turn it off. But that would be my thinking, that the default behavior for emergency information be to include description, to have description active until otherwise turned off, rather than the other way around.
Okay. John?
So I think
This is John Card from EchoStar. I think this is kind of a direct handoff from Working Group 3 to Working Group 4, where we've pretty well, in Working Group 3, defined a functional requirement that users are able to, and we can call it a use case, but because it's pretty focused, but I mean, in general, we believe, and we're hoping Working Group 4 can confirm or can include in their work, that users are able to easily, quickly, reliably find audio description and activate that. Now, there are the nuances of it that Brad has started speaking to, is should that be the default setting or not? It makes a lot of sense to make it the default. It also makes a lot of sense for, folks who are speaking another language and or would be confused by the English to have other ways of accessing alternate means of audio. So we need to look at more than just the immediate answer. There should be a recommendation, though, I think, around the user interface part of this. So, I mean, that's part of the point of having the face-to-face is to kind of uncover these crossover issues. To the extent we've kind of hand-waved in Working Group 3, we had to, because otherwise we'd be jumping into the midst of where we believe Working Group 4 is working, and we don't want to, we've got our own fish to fry. We can't solve all of their problems, too. We, meaning all of us who are in both. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Oh.
Sorry, there's another.
No.
Hi, Beth Nebby from NCI. Just want to make sure we consider the situation where the audio that's playing on that track is actually Spanish, or perhaps that show wasn't described at all, and maybe that track isn't available. So just wanted to throw that out there as a complication.
All right, let me jump in and respond to that. All right, so there are a couple of things that we've worked through from a technology perspective, and one of them is you hit the nail on the head, and there are two things with what you just said. First off, so the track is there. It has Spanish or it has descriptions on it. That track would be interrupted with a different set of audio. So you could have a scenario, I actually put together a little table of absurdities, I say, where you have someone listening to a Spanish track that would be interrupted with emergency information that would be in English. Maybe that's not so odd for descriptions because there's a presumption descriptions will be in English and it's interrupted with English. I can't say this is universally true. For most folks, most stations, most content providers, just trying to get the right noun out, even if there's nothing on that track, the track is there. We don't turn it on and off because we literally have to go and physically turn it on and off, and we're just not going to do that. So it either has silence on it, some from broadcasters, some put, they duplicate the audio on the main service on there. There are a number of cases, but we physically don't make it go away. I can't speak for what MVPDs do, but for us, our systems are built to generate two services or not, or it isn't. So if it isn't, now we have a different set of problems. It is. And hold on, somebody ahead of you.
Hi, this is Marlene Lieberg. It troubles me a little bit that it sounds like your report is going to say that there is a working assumption that blind people know how to find audio description when you've heard, and even the couple of blind folks in your group have said, well, we know that that's not really the case in the now. So I just wanted to share that. The other question I have goes, I think, back to part of what Brad was saying. If you can code the crawl with metadata that somehow says, hey, Mr. TV, this is emergency #1 priority, or however it would tell it that, help me to understand why that type of encoded metadata could not simply be spoken on main channel, since that's most likely what the blind person will be watching, at least until audio description it becomes more available. I guess I just don't understand that part. Thanks.
Does anyone else want to take a stab at that? Or I'll be happy to. Oh, you want?
This is Melanie, and I think we have said that some of probably the priority 1 information may be spoken on the main channel. What we're talking about, though, is figuring out the best way to handle the emergency information that is not necessarily the top level priority information, and that isn't ordinarily spoken on the main channel, because there are a number of situations where they don't currently do that now, and they wouldn't necessarily because of the nature of the information, but it's still emergency information. We are operating under the assumption that there is a level, the highest priority level of emergency threat, where there is the most serious threat to life and property, would be spoken on the main channel.
Larry first, then John.
So I want to go back to, if I get the scenario right, which makes sense to me for the near term, the now, that maybe a consumer would set up their TV originally to always play description when it's available, and frequently there won't be description, so they'll hear main audio program. When there's description, they'll hear that mix, and when there's an emergency, it will interrupt that description and play out the information for the emergency.
So that's sort of an ideal situation. I think I haven't heard back from our members about the idea of always putting the main audio on the second service, but that seems like it's a pretty straightforward thing to do. There may be people
John wants to do.
Right. That's what maybe people. No, John doesn't want to do it because then you have to carry 2 channels for everybody in the country. No, I'm just kidding. Just kidding. Yes, you already have to. Right. I know.
But so if that's a scenario that's sort of ideal, then earlier when you opened up, you talked about this whole question of internet protocol and IPTV. And you said basically when a local broadcaster is being streamed on the web, it's up to them to make their emergency information accessible. So if they are on a second audio channel with their emergency information, then it would be up to them to make their web stream something that could also have the emergency information accessible?
Yes.
By what means? Opening that other channel or a user interface?
That's a good question. Excellent question. John Herzog.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you, John Herzog again. One of the problems, however, is that right now people oftentimes do leave that second channel silent when descriptive video is not airing. So what happens is that a blind person hears nothing until they turn descriptive video off entirely. And this is the problem with assuming that a person is going to have their TV set up for descriptive, is that unless it's on, you hear nothing on that secondary audio channel. And so that's why in the section of the report I wrote, I was very clear to talk and to mention some of the concerns that Marlena mentioned, which is, the fact that a lot of people don't know how to turn it on, and one of the reasons they don't know how to turn it on is because there's pure silence when there's no audio description going on. And until they turn it back off, they're going to hear nothing until they can master that tedious set of keystrokes to be able to turn it off that they did to turn it on. And I was sure to mention that as being a problem both for the short and the medium terms. So I mean, I agree that the ultimate assumption is, or the ultimate ideal solution is for people to carry audio on both channels, but I'm a little uncomfortable making the assumption that all blind people have descriptive video on by default, when right now, and maybe even in the medium term, people won't necessarily broadcast their audio, their main audio, on the secondary channel when it's not used for other purposes.
John Card, please.
So this is John Card from EchoStar. So this is now, I think, the Work Group 3 outreach to Working Group 2, who is themselves considering and concerned with the provision of video description in general. And this is kind of our outreach to Working Group 2 to bring up these points exactly as why, for example, we are kind of relying on having an audio stream. As an operating assumption, either we're relying on Working Group 4 and it's easy to switch, or we're relying on Working Group 2 and there's always audio there. If we're wrong, we're happy to understand that and come back in and fix our assumptions and operate under what the other working groups tell us are the real ground rules. But right now we're saying, here's what we're making assumptions is the ground rules. Are we right or are we wrong? If we're wrong, if it can't be done, please tell us and we'll proceed further down a different path. You're exactly right, John, and Larry as well. Today things are, when you say the receivers now you'd set up for video description, I think even there you're talking about receivers that don't exist today. Next receiver cycle maybe, or a couple years from now. So you're not sadly even describing the now situation, which is everything is labeled Spanish all the time, even when it's not. And we're doing our best to provide that whole timeline from today now to a year from now to future.
And so, defining now, I think the timeline is very important.
Now is a rolling target.
Well, next July, next June, there will be 450 hours more description on television. So that will be the now to deal with. And I think since your report's not due until next April, the FCC has 18 months after that to issue their rules, which may include another 2-year rollout. I think now can be defined as much closer to ideal than what we actually have now.
Yeah, we're aware of that. Yeah, I mean, we're not talking about this second, but I think the message of the now was don't disenfranchise people that have, because not everyone can run out and buy a new set as soon as it comes in. So we have to consider a little bit, sort of from a technology perspective, how we will move from now to sometime in the future. Let me keep almost now, but new now, right? The new now, because that's where we want to get. CVAA says make things accessible, make devices accessible, provide more accessible services, but we're not there yet. And the question is, and working group, maybe this is a working group 4. When could we expect products to, what you described, that cycle you described, is exactly the same for device manufacturers. There's rules, there's implementation times, there are some statutory deadlines in there, but when are those products going to be available? When should we as content providers transition into a methodology? Those sort of things, and that's the sort of stuff we'll wrestle with. I'm not sure that we'll come to any enlightened recommendations on it, but I think these are things that we recommend that we have to contemplate, and we'll make the best recommendations we can based on that. Hi.
Hi.
Mary Francis.
Mary Francis with the Iowa Radio Reading. Is this on? Here I am still. Okay. I think I represent touchy-feely in our working group.
As I look around the room at our full membership, I see folks who are blind, and every one of you got here. You all have cell phones. You all know how to go out and find the technology that you need to find the answers that you need. Our little service, we read the newspaper out loud to people who can't see it because of visual or physical impairment. The folks that are represented on our committee, our full committee, I'm not sucking up, you're all quite young compared to my constituents. One thing we've struggled with in our working group is we don't just have blind, we have old that we're considering. I can tell you that most of my, 90% of the people in Iowa probably with a visual impairment have no idea how to get to audio description or video description or whatever we're supposed to call it. They don't know that there are 2 audio channels. They probably don't even have the TV on. In addition to that, there's a certain thing that happens with blindness. Blindness, in many cases, and more increasingly in the future, is going to be a big problem because you can become blind. You might have full vision now, and as we all age, you know, many of us are wearing glasses and stuff. It happens to you, and as it happens, there is a resistance to accept assistance for things that you've always done your whole life the same way. So I am here to remind my fellow WG3 folks about some of these other gaps that we have. One is simply people being elderly and not being either comfortable with technology, and I think we all understand. I've purchased I don't know how many computers from my parents, and there's no way they're ever going to use it, no matter how easy it is. We purchased TVs that have the special audio, that have video description captioning. They're just never ever going to do it, no matter how easy it is. So we always have to keep in mind, I think, not just a simple visual impairment, but also the age of most of the people who are going to have that impairment and their willingness to reach out to new technologies that will help them get the emergency information. Basically, I'm the lowest common denominator, or representing that. And I will let you know, much of our time with our working group has been spent dealing with an education on what visual impairments are all about. And I'll circle back and just tell you, looking around this room, we've got Melanie and Bradley, all these folks, and you guys know how to use technology, and blindness doesn't slow you down a bit. But where I come from, as people become blind because of diabetes or macular degeneration or whatever it is, it becomes much more of a hobbling experience for them, and technology is usually the last thing that they look for. So we're always struggling with that, and my thanks to the working group for letting me squawk about that, about remember the old people every time I open my mouth. Hopefully, if you're lucky.
Thanks, Kelly. Hello. Yeah, I'm on. Well, I will first echo Mary Francis's comments. I represent Audio Description Associates, but one of my contracts is with the American Council of the Blind, running its audio description project. And as a informational service, as a promotional service for audio description, boy, I can't tell you how many phone calls, how many emails I get from people who want to know how to access description over broadcast television now. And I don't know how to respond because it varies from broadcast over the air, or if it's satellite, or if it's cable, or what. That's another issue that I haven't heard discussed. With respect to keeping that SAP channel, if you will, on all the time, well, you're either going to, as John points out rightly, hear nothing, or you're going to get somebody talking Spanish at you at some point, and and that goes to the discussion, of course, we've had in Working Group 2 about the limitation or not of only one secondary audio stream or not. We had a wonderful presentation this morning from DICAPTA, Closed Caption Latina, and it would be wonderful to have description in Spanish, but you need more than one audio stream to provide that, to provide the English, to provide just the Spanish translation, I think it's absolutely critical that we make as close to now as possible that eventuality of at least 2 separate audio channels. Finally, speaking to Larry's excellent comment about, hey, July 1st, we have 400 and some hours of description available. Well, Kelly, when you responded to that, it made me think, oh boy, we are going back to the United Kingdom circa, when was it, 2000 something or 1900 something, when they mandated description for 2 years. People were producing it and nobody was listening to it. Nobody could access it because the set-top box was not available. But 2 years, people, it was absurd. And you're making me think, well, oh boy, are we going to be in the same situation where we have the description being produced and people still haven't figured out how to access it and won't for another, 2 years or something? That we really got to try not to have that happen, if I'm understanding you correctly.
This is Melanie, and thanks, Joe. I think part of our problem is that we need, this is a major area of overlap between our group and both groups 2 and group 4, because we have not known what sort of mechanisms or procedures Group 2 is going to be recommending for dealing with this issue. So we have been trying, part of our problem is we're working in a vacuum. And a lot of what we decide is going to be greatly influenced by what your groups decide to do. So we need guidance from your groups, Group 2, as to the issues that Joel just brought up, and we also need guidance from Group 4 as to how they are going to recommend dealing with some of the interface issues related to those set-top boxes and the cable boxes, etc. Because you're right, and Joel, just for your information, we are cognizant of the fact that in dealing with a number of the subject areas we've mentioned, there are different angles related to different types of providers and receivers, and we are going to discuss that. It is our recommendation to not only discuss short, medium, and long-term solutions, but also to discuss the various types of solutions depending on whether you're talking about a legacy set, a cable, or a satellite provider. So yes, all those nuances will be discussed.
So, just to respond to Joel. Yes. Yeah. I mean, is it going to be exactly the same? You know, there are certain things that always happen with something new. Well, let me back up. I'm sorry. Hello? Here we go. Okay, so let me back up and talk about, there's this really interesting premise that digital has unleashed the secret to the universe. It is, in fact, and we've all been driven mad. I mean, we really can do lots of things in digital. The thing is, it's really very much harder to do than it was in analog, because we were bound technologically in analog, and we had a lot of interesting experience making things work. But anytime you do something new, there is an adoption issue, and that's why you see these S-curves, you know, for consumer adoption. It's really flat, and all of a sudden people catch on, and there you go, and then everybody's got it, and it flattens out again. So let's understand the ecosystem here. So, at one hand, you've got a consumer with an analog television set and a DTV converter box. Only thing coming out of that box is 2 channels. No power on earth is going to change that. So at some level, if you believe there's enough installed base of Mary Francis's constituency who has these, we have to accommodate for them. Now, luckily, the FCC accommodated for this in the report and order, because they brought over a concept from the 2000 rules from the analog world, which says the program provider has some discretion on what to use. But I think the issues as we go forward, particularly over the next 2.5 years, you're going to have new products, you're going to have old products. We as content providers have to think about, well, how, you know, can we send enough metadata so that the old products still work and the new products work? This was, you know, this was a big deal with us. Well, you know, I mean, and again, this is sort of a working group 2 thing, but you can't just start doing something one way and then all of a sudden the old way doesn't work. So, yes. Now, is it going to, you know, would you say the UK thing was a debacle? I don't know. It's kind of okay now, but yeah. But yes, there is going to be a growth pain. People are going to call, put in some new phone lines, start buying owner's manuals for every set that's out there, because it is, you know, it is going to be, I think, an interesting thing. Now I will throw something out that I am hesitant to throw out, and all of my CE friends will watch their heads explode. During the V-chip era, one of the things that, everybody know what the V-chip is? Right. Okay. So one issue that my organization had pushed for, and some others, was that every single product that goes into the marketplace should have a 100% uniform method of finding that V-chip or programming the V-chip. Well, the world doesn't work that way. Because you really don't, for consumer products, first off, it's almost a physical impossibility. But, you know, saying that every set should be that way, a TV set's different than a set-top box. EchoStar's boxes are different than Fios' boxes, and things are out there. And plus, what John mentioned earlier, you have different people thinking about how it should be. So, yeah, it's going to be difficult. I don't know that we can really account for that, except maybe to acknowledge in a report, you know, there's going to be a implementation period that might be painful and less than expected. I will throw out one other thing, and again, this is probably a short-term thing. Some of the folks who have been doing description for a while, who says just serendipitously they've never received a program that has both Spanish and a Spanish track, normal track, and descriptions. But I think that's sort of how things work out. You know, it's a program producer's choice as to whether they put a Spanish track on it or not. Those kinds of things. So we'll see. Or any second language. I shouldn't pick on Spanish, but that's the most prominent. Yes, I know you do. Yes. But of the other people that don't do it as a matter of policy, you know, when you get a show from Stephen J. Canelo Barcelli, whatever his name is, he may or may not choose to put a Spanish language track on it. That's up to him. That's a creative decision based on him. So,
Kelly?
Yes. Anyway, John.
John Carr from EchoStar. I've mentioned this before, I think in a working group 3 call. I'll mention here again, and actually now that we're at FCC, Allison and John Herzog, you guys are in the room, and I guess Rosalind. Dish still carries about a dozen analog source local broadcast channels on its U.S. networks. We are not done with the digital transition, guys. So I don't know yet. I'm assuming there are going to be ways to apply for exemptions, etc., and those broadcasters that are not yet through the digital transition will chart their own course, and Dish and Direct and others who carry their signals will figure a way forwards. But I think we have all kind of decided that we're past a transition that we're not even past yet, and now we're looking at a new transition to get over. Kelly's exactly right. We as industries, as groups with members and ability to communicate, we're going to have to do a better than average job of communicating all the possibilities. We'll try and narrow them down, but I don't think we can narrow them down completely in this recommendation, because frankly, I'm convinced the best solution for all of these hasn't yet appeared in the marketplace. It may well be out there. Maybe I'm wrong. I'm happy to be proven wrong. But I really don't want to say everybody shall do X, Y, and Z when it turns out A, B, and C were the much better solution.
Oh, yes.
Brad Hodges, American Foundation for the Blind. As I listen to this conversation and step back, I ask myself the question: we have kind of a two-condition system. One condition is an EAS, and that's fairly cut and dry. Blind folks don't have any trouble with that. And then we have the scroll, and we don't have much in between. And it's, my recollection is that scroll's been around for a long time. Given what we hear about the expected increase in natural disasters, what we know about the aging of viewers, what we know about human behavior, is there a place to consider the larger issue of providing EAS or providing emergency information which falls short of meeting the EAS requirements? And does this discussion provide us with some opportunities in that realm as well? Not that we would substitute one for the other, but it just strikes me that looking at the larger picture, we're dealing with a crawl and a technique that strikes me as rather old in the midst of a lot of new technology. And I can see that there are questions for many people beyond vision loss regarding the effectiveness of that system.
Because actually, many emergency information is required to be accessible now. If it's in part of a news program, it has to be accessible both to the deaf and to the vision impaired. And if there's an interruption in a regularly scheduled program with emergency information, that has to be done in accessible formats. So right now, what we're basically addressing are crawls and scrolls, which right now are fairly accessible to those with hearing impairments, but not to the vision impairments. And so right now, the only thing that is required is that audible tone, which instructs someone to find another medium to go to, which is generally a radio, to get emergency information if you're vision impaired. And so this is really what we're talking about in Working Group 3 is really to fit that one slot of information. And as you point out, now there are all kinds of other things, generally on a subscriber service, to alerts over your cell phone or alerts in other formats, as you point out, that is becoming more available and many people are subscribing to. It's not mandated in any way. But I think one issue that hasn't been raised, but it's sort of, it's this intersection of what Mary Frances is talking about with the elderly and other people who are vision impaired, would be, particularly if there's only one other channel available for audio input, would be frequently they have on those scrolls are the school closings. And in some areas, like around Washington, that can go on for 15 minutes. And so it really would be a problem for those who were, don't have school-age kids and really don't care too much. They're not impacted by that type of information, and they want their video description. If it's only on one audio channel, then there's a potential for conflict. And I can see Kelly's ready to spring in here and answer that one.
We spent all right. So, John Herzog, I did see your hand, but let me just jump in for just a sec. All right. We spent what seemed like weeks talking about this. So what we did, just to review some quickly, is, and this was Melanie's, we did break into subgroups. So we sort of looked at this and came up with 5 cases or 4. It was basically sort of 4 cases. One is immediate life, tornado bearing down. Okay, we know what happens there. At the bottom of the page, not necessarily by important, were what you were just talking about, right? And then there are sort of 2 cases in the middle. And so what we sort of decided was that's not really emergency information. Even though, and maybe this is a recommendation for a change in the regulation, if you look at Part 79, that particular root part, it says, such as, blah, 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 right, and school bus schedules, right. So, clearly, broadcasters, we scroll that, we put it in a window somewhere off, because like I said, it goes on, and if you don't have school children, you're not interested in this, but you might be interested in something else that comes along. So I don't think we have a practical solution for that, except to say that's not really what we're talking about here, that there are other
So if you have school children, you probably can get another source to find out if your school is changed or if your bus schedule is changed or that kind of thing. The other issue that sort of comes up, and I took this from CMAS. Does everybody know what CMAS is, or PLAN? This is the cell phone. They bound what emergency information and limited it to, I forget the exact words, but something like incidents of imminent threat to life and property. And again, I think they looked at it by saying, okay, we can't possibly just send all this stuff to people's cell phones all the time. So I think we're looking from a sort of a practical issue of that sort of general information really doesn't really constitute an emergency. It's really that, you know, as you correctly identified, that issue where a non-sighted person doesn't know what's going on the screen and needs to know. And so that's what we've sort of been focused on. Possibly. I mean, I suppose it could. Yeah, we're not there yet. I just, you know, my sense is that if there's a technology that makes it easy to do, it'll be there. But I do think we have to be, and this maybe goes to Joel's issue about, you know, what are we putting on this sacred second channel we have? You know, we constantly, you know, do we decide we're going to drop the descriptions for the school bus? I mean, schedule. I don't know. That's a, you know, that really gets into kind of like an editorial decision, like a news editorial decision. That's usually we'll say that. You know, maybe they say, okay, there's so much have changed. This, you know, there's snowstorms and schools are closing, and so yeah, we're going to run it there because we think it's a good idea to do it. We know our audience. I say one thing that Working Group 3 members have heard me say, and I don't know that necessarily brings comfort, but it is a truism. Local broadcasters know a lot about how to serve their local communities because they are there. And so one broadcaster may decide, yeah, we'll put that on there. Another one go, you know, we put that on there and everybody got mad because we took the descriptions off or because we took the second track off. So I don't know. I think that there may be, we don't have consensus on this. We haven't really discussed it. But in my mind, that rule section needs to really kind of focus down on sort of what we call our top three cases. John was next. Oh, okay. And Pam saying time's up? No.
I'm not scratching my head. I'm raising my hand. I worked on the Notice of Proposed Rulemaking for Access to Emergency Information and the R&O on Access to Emergency Information. I think the R&O was released sometime in 2000. And it was interesting to see what the commenters wanted in terms of their emergency information. But my only caveat is things have changed. The world has changed. Because before they were saying, we want all the school closings. We want everything. We want, you know, every single school. If there's a street closed, we want to know that. And it seems to me, from what I've been hearing, and nothing, this is not based on data or facts or anything, that maybe the internet has taken the place of school closings.
Not the internet. Not the internet by itself. But I think that, and you know, we're going to circle back to this issue because we haven't come to full closure on how we want to deal with it. But at this point, what we're thinking is there is a greater likelihood anyway that somebody will have access to this information from another source, whereas they may not have access to information about a boil water alert. If you are a parent, can at a minimum call your school. You know, maybe even we should recommend, and I'm just throwing this out off the top of Melanie Brunson's head at this time, but maybe we can even recommend that television stations provide an 800 number that people can call for that information. I mean,
There are, but school districts give it out. Radio stations recite it ad infinitum in the mornings. And so there are at least other sources that we can fairly easily go to as a community for that, whereas in so many other types of emergencies, even street closures, we aren't necessarily going to get that from other places. So that's why we put it at the bottom of that particular list for the time being.
Pam, again, I think that's a great idea, and just, you know, whatever happens, I think we just need to keep current with whatever the user community wants, because it might be different 2 years from now.
Right.
Hi, it's Marlena again. I guess I'm putting on my advocacy shoes here. Sighted people get this information. They don't have to go make a phone call. And you know, I hear what you're saying, but what I'm hearing is that blind people are still going to be in a compromised situation. If it comes across the screen, it's important enough for it to show up for someone sighted, no matter what it is. It's important enough that it needs to be spoken for blind people as it comes across the screen. To me, it's that simple.
John Card, please.
Melanie, I want to respond directly to your comment, because in the case of 20 minutes of school closings, which was going on when I was a school-age kid, I remember sitting, waiting, watching the TV, knowing that maybe the school would come up after 20 minutes or not. So when you say that sighted people get this information, it's not really a convenient way for sighted people either. So in the particular case of school closings, I frankly think there's a better solution, Pam kind of alluded to get this information for everyone. You're absolutely right. In the case of tornado warning or flash flood, earthquake, boil water warnings, etc., those kinds of things, 100% agreement. You got great concurrence in the working group, but the level of detail that makes it even inconvenient for the sighted folks to rely on the broadcast TV means people are already leaving that for their source of information in some of these instances.
I don't disagree with either John or Marlena, and that's why I said I'm sure we're going to circle back to the issue. The problem, Marlena, that we're facing is how do we provide both the descriptive programming and 20 minutes of school closure information without disenfranchising some part of the audience that's looking for use of that audio described information space. So we're still grappling with the issue, and what I said was, at this point, we put it at the bottom of the list because we believe that it is available. But I certainly don't disagree with your basic premise that if it's on the screen, it needs to be accessible. The concern that we had was, so does the programming that's also running on the screen at the same time. So the challenge that we have is providing accessibility to both the programming, description of the programming, and the description of the crawl in the space that we have available. So that's the challenge that we're trying to address.
Larry,
that issue of how much information on screen needs to be reported was one that we grappled with in the prototype we talked about before, because in a standard news program, you'll get the lottery number, the time, the temperature, the logo, and the school closings, and then there might be an emergency crawl. So setting a priority has to be done because there's multiple layers of audio information. In the test that we ran, it was up to the TV station to tag those streams for priorities. In the future now, it would be great if the consumer could tag how much level of emergency information they want. So if they don't have school-age kids, they could say, we don't want that. But that, of course, is distant opportunity. But the nearer one is let the broadcaster decide.
That's one of the solutions we talked about, was making it possible for the user to make a to set priorities, preferences, if you will, within their device.
This is Rosaline, and I agree. I had heard that those kinds of discussions were happening in terms of user being able to turn on or off the emergency information stream, or if the broadcaster was broadcasting emergency information priorities and they were tagged priority 1, 2, 3, and 4, that the user would be able to go into their menu option and say, I just want emergency priority 1 and 2, I have no desire to get 3 and 4. And it would be the default setting then going forward. I mean, so there are lots of ways, I think, in the future that this can be addressed. I think my concern at this point is that nothing be set in stone or decided definitively, but leave all of these options available would be good. And at the same time, I would strongly discourage trying to declassify currently categorized information as emergency information under 79.2 and to recategorize it as something else, because we've decided at this point that there's not really a way yet to prioritize and have user choices and preferences, or we haven't decided yet that we're going to make this particular kind of priority emergency information accessible. So I still think it's emergency information, and I would encourage us not to try to change that designation at this time.
I'm sorry. Okay. Yeah, I had a thought, but it's gone.
Mary Frances back with
Iris, I think you poor observers have now experienced fully what WG3 has been going through, and it all comes back to the now, the not now, the near now, the 3 weeks from now, and our premise or our challenge has been emergency information, and even if you're fully sighted and have full hearing, if you turn down the TV or turn away from the TV to maybe get something out of the fridge or go to the restroom or something, you are visually impaired. If a crawl starts while you're not staring at the TV, and I think we all understand where television is concerned, we don't sit in front of it and stare at it all the time. So when an emergency crawl might occur, you're lucky to get it on the first time through. So we've had a really interesting challenge in deciding what justified an emergency, which we're not going to do. Rosalind will stay with the 79.2, and also trying not to annoy people with school closings and trying to please everybody all the time. But I think you can see that our biggest challenge is to remember what our core challenge is, and that is emergency. So an emergency can interrupt or should interrupt or must interrupt whatever else is going on, whether that's orally or visually on your television. And we welcome any and all comments and criticisms and slaps on the back from any of our other VPAC members. Just you can see how it's been hard for us to wrap our arms around school closings in particular, and also to always keep in mind that in an emergency right now, people with visual impairments who do not hear the 3 beeps, they are forced to do one more thing to keep them and their property and their children safe, and that's the bottom line. If there's a crawl running, they might come up and say there's a tornado that's going to eat your house, but then they stop talking about it and it just goes to a crawl. Again, if you're out of the room when they say it, when the weather person says it, and you are only seeing the crawl, you are put in danger at that time, simply because you have a visual impairment. And that's our priority, is to figure out how we make it so that people who have visual impairments are not penalized, put in danger, or their very lives jeopardized simply because they have a disability. So hopefully our discussion this afternoon, you've seen how we've gone round and round and round and round now, near not now, now, next now, you know, forever. So it's a tough one. And okay, we'll leave school closings up always.
Thank you. Greg Fields from RIM. It seems as though there's an analogous scenario happening in the same area of emergency, and I think Kelly brought it up, with the commercial mobile alert system, or PLAN as it's going to be called, or on your phone it'll just be called emergency alert. And in that activity there was standardization activity under the Telecommunications Industry Association number 1149 that qualified what emergency broadcast requirements there were. There was an associated jointly agreed upon mobile device user behavior guideline that also talked about the opt-in and opt-out definitions of types of information that is analogous to what we're talking about here and is well documented and well defined. Might we look at that as an actual example to resolve some of the idea of, I want to listen to this but not that, and it'll be always user specific and subjective, and I want it to be able to be distributed in the same way to everyone, regardless of how it's going to be used at the other end. But the idea of CMAS as an example, it may not resolve all of the ills, but it may be a good reference point.
So, this is Kelly. I'm aware of that because I was on SIMSAC that put all that together, and I was thinking of some of that. However, I think it goes beyond what we don't need that level of specificity. We just need some clarity. I have looked at that, and I'll bring it up in our working group. Not so much the opt-in, opt-out part, because that's different, but just in sort of clarifying this concept of what emergency is, because that concept doesn't just live in CMAS. It now lives in some other things as well. So I think we do need to think about it, and we do need to address it. Okay, go ahead.
That'd be from NCI. I wonder if there was ever any consideration of alternatives to using the video description channel, because I'm personally not real comfortable with the idea of a viewer having to decide between listening to a tornado warning in Bluefield, West Virginia versus finishing the program that they had started watching and wanted to finish watching.
Now and not now.
Now and not now.
Okay, so we actually talked a lot about things, and I think, and I said at the end, there are things that we considered and we've talked about. One of the things that we talked about when you look into the future is the fact that I can, through a TV station, I can deliver data, let's just call it data. All right, so there, you envision a device in the future, maybe it's an add-on to a set, it's a separate device, or it's a functionality in the set where the set gets the data and the consumer can extract that data from the set. But again, these are not now, I don't know if anybody's, that's a product to business sort of thing. So I did, however, want to mention that general idea that we have talked about really sort of, when you really get out there, what are the alternatives? Because right now we always talk about multiple audio channels. That is one approach. There are other sort of data-driven approaches that's not the internet necessarily, but maybe some sort of specific product that says, I know I need accessible school closings, and I'm willing to pay $15 for a widget that has an antenna on it and gets that data and makes it it somehow makes it accessible to me, and instead of staring at the set for 20 minutes, you have your hand on your Braille reader for 20 minutes as it goes by. I'm getting to wrap up, so there are a couple of things, unless there's anybody else who's just dying to jump in. There are a couple of things I wanted to talk about, which is our timeline. Our original timeline for our report, we do have one which the staff has. Our original goal was to have our first final draft, I guess, at the January meeting, which is now in February. So we'll slide. We're happy to have the extra week and or two and go to February. And we anticipate, if the staff is okay, a 30-day or so vetting or review process with the whole committee, and get it to you all by March, so that you and Mr. Goldberg there have another 30 days to put your mark on it.
Wayne Leplow. Kelly, I think the original
date we talked about was like February 1st, and
Yes.
I believe there's some value in having a report out like a week before the meeting that we have here, so people have a chance to digest and not just throw it over the wall when you get here or the evening before. Over the wall. And so if you can, and I would just make that comment for other working groups as well, that if we could shoot by February 1st, then we will have approximately a week to digest before we come and discuss or debate or fight whatever may happen.
Agreed. And so I do want to also kind of make a formal overture to Working Group 2. And unfortunately, Working Group 2 calls have conflicted with something else I've been working on that went away as of, about 5 o'clock today. So okay, at least somebody got the reference. I hope to participate more in Working Group 2, but I think there are a lot of issues here about how this is going to work, how descriptions are going to work. That we sort of need to get some guidance for, and also I think not as much with Working Group 4, but certainly the whole process of how our description is going to work, how our consumers going to access it, what really works, and that will necessarily dictate sort of how we make this emergency accessibility work. And with that, oh yes, 9 a.m. tomorrow morning, Working Group 3 is having an editing session. Be there or be square. There'll be food.
I need to get the address from you before I leave.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I'm done.
Right. Thank you, everybody. We're now going to take a 10-minute break. There's some coffee, restrooms, everything. We're going to switch. Working Group 2 will come to the table. Everybody try to be back here on time in 10 minutes.
Do you know where Melanie is?
Okay. All right. For anybody that doesn't know, I'm Charlie Kinnemer with Comcast, and you're representing Working Group 2, and Brad Hodges over here to my right, and I will lead you through some of where we are and what we've been doing. I wanted to thank Kelly and Working Group 3. I learned a great deal in the last couple of hours. Much that is relevant to what we're doing, and I think most importantly I learned that there are an infinite variety of points on the timeline between now and not now, and I'm thinking that some groups needs to be formed to document all those data points. Our task is to work on audio descriptions, or video descriptions as the term is in the CDAA. And we've been meeting for some time. We don't have a formal presentation today. We hope to learn a lot more than what we've already learned in the last couple of hours from this group. We would like a lot of feedback and input that we'll be able to use going forward. Maybe we'll be able to acquire a few members. Some of those members that are ready to hit the ground running now that they've rested up from Working Group 2 would like to come and get active, and we welcome that. There's a great deal of overlap has been covered already here today between Working Groups 2 and 3 and 4, especially, I think, between the work that's going on in Working Group 2 and Working Group 3. So we'll be making references to that today, much as Kelly and his group did just a few minutes before. Although I will note that Kelly is also part of Working Group 2. And we'll be happy to have you back anytime we move our call. No, you're available after today, after 5 o'clock today. Good, good. Look forward to you on our next call then. We do have a draft report. It's not ready for sharing or for prime time yet. It was modeled on an outline that we started with, and the outline and the report are somewhat modeled on the work that we plagiarized from the good work done by Working Group 1. And we're continuing to fill in the blanks, but we do have a sense of where we're going. I think we're making good headway. The group is pretty much of one mind about most of the issues we have in front of us. Talk a little bit about some of the things that we know we're working on and that we're going to include here in a minute, but let me take just a second and see if my co-chair, Brad, if he can round up a microphone over there, wants to jump in with anything. I want to make sure that we're both participating here. Yeah, we're trying.
This is Brett Hodge. Thank you, Charlie. Brett Hodge, American Foundation for the Blind. I similarly echo your observation that there is a great deal of commonality here, overlap, whatever we call it. At the same time, I do think I see some workable pathways into the short, medium, and long-term future emerging, which I find encouraging and a bit more clarity than even perhaps a month or two ago in my mind. A few things strike me about this process. I've learned a great deal about the similarities in the fact that we all sit in front of a screen watching pictures and things go by and listening to audio come out, but the pathways, depending what we are watching and on what service we are viewing it, are quite different, and have learned a great deal about that. And we have to keep that in mind at all times, that the pathways that we talk about are going to be individualized to some extent for the different types of technology we're using. And so our discussion has to be about behaviors and about the way things act and the way in which people interact with them, very often more so than focused on the technology itself. And as was pointed out earlier this morning, that can be a difficult and risky temptation to get into the technology too much. So thank you, Charlie.
Thanks, Brad. I'll hit a few of the things that I know we're planning to cover, and a few other things that we haven't perhaps decided yet if we're going to cover in our report. I'll also note that we are a group to make recommendations about audio descriptions, whereas the first round of regulation is already in place and will be in effect next year. So I'll be honest with you, it's not totally clear what the output of our group leads to in terms of future regulation, if any at all, or whether it leads into some recommended practices or some other kinds of recommendations. These are things that I think will just play out over time, but the first round of regulation is already in place, as we all know. We're certainly going to look at, are there any current issues with the pass-through of audio descriptions in broadcast television and the various MVPDs. And one of the things that I've heard here today, and that we're certainly already aware of, is there is an issue with selecting an alternate audio channel, and sometimes there's nothing there. I think there needs to be, as a minimum, a recommendation to resolve that. And we think we have answers to that question, but I think at the end of the day there needs to be a clear recommendation that I hope all parties involved in description would eventually follow, so that once you figure out how to turn on descriptions or a second audio channel, you don't find it blank some of the time and therefore have no idea what's going on. So I think that's an issue. We haven't found a lot of issues. I mean, audio descriptions present today, that's out there and it is working to some extent. It may be difficult to find, it may not be clear, and the menu choices to select it are in most cases not accessible. There aren't beeps, there aren't sounds, there aren't ways in which you can navigate it. These are things we need to be thinking more about. We'll be looking at internet delivery of audio descriptions and what are the possibilities there, whether it's feasible, what kind of timeline might be reasonable. We'll have some recommendations in that area. I'll be honest with you, that's an area which we have not fleshed out a lot of detail yet, but it's still on our roadmap. We'll be talking about performance objectives, a term in the CDAA, and exactly what that means in the context of audio descriptions, and probably making some suggestions or recommendations in terms of the scope of what is really important in terms of performance objectives to ensure that the consumer expectations are met when it comes to audio descriptions. And speaking, I think Brad, was that you? Brad got something.
I'd like to clarify something, lest my consumer colleagues think that I've taken leave of my senses. When Charlie says it's working now, that is from the perspective of the task of this group to talk about pass-through. That is to say, in the context that when a programmer decides to and provides description, it is physically reaching the viewer or can physically reach the television set. That is not to say that the viewer can always or usually or even sometimes reach the description. That is not, that's a separate discussion. I want to be clear about that. But we are reasonably comfortable in saying that despite the issues we have in today's environment and with description, it is likely and the case that when it is provided, it is physically making it from programmer to viewer, and that's sort of the, I wanted to kind of put the brackets around that discussion, Charlie.
I certainly agree. I leave Brad's microphone on because I'm going to throw it right back to him. I completely agree with that clarification. The next thing I was going to talk about is consumer expectations. There's certainly going to be a section in our report talking about consumer expectations. What does the consumer expect when it comes to audio descriptions? And Brad might want to speak a little bit more about that.
Sure, Charlie. We have expectations that are going to deal with the now and the more distant future. First of all, in the now, we have a problem with nomenclature. Folks tend to use the words SAP, and the broadcasters and the providers all say, but there isn't such a thing anymore. Okay, so we have to have a clear set of terminology that is understood by all and is appropriate. So we've contemplated the term, and I think we're going to recommend the term secondary audio services to describe that set of services that will include description in the short term and potentially beyond description. It might and will contain other services such as multiple languages or other enhancements, but for the short term, secondary audio services will encompass descriptions. We also have the consumer expectation, of course, that we will be able to find the mechanism by which they are activated and deactivated, and this will come as we work with Working Group 4 and the efforts and ultimately I think the success of accessible interfaces. Here is another common thread. If we are passing through signals, they must be able to be activated upon request, deactivated upon request. A consumer has the expectation that the electronic program guide data will not only be accessible, but that it will provide information about the availability of description. Some background on that: we are reasonably satisfied that, at least on the provider side, the two major providers of EPG content, that the infrastructure is available and in place to provide a description flag, if you will. And a demonstration of that can be found, for example, using a service such as NFB Newsline, where we can hear the description announced at the end of those programs that have it, Law and Order being an example of that. That needs to be more robust. Programmers need to be more diligent and consistent in providing information, and so there's a lot of obvious work to be done there, and that will speak to one of the questions and items which has been referred by the Commission to our working group for our comments and conclusions. I just want to invite all who have interest in this area to please provide feedback and information to us in as much detail as you can and care to. It's of tremendous use. Anything else in that realm that occurs to you, Charlie, before we
no, I
move
think
along from
we may in
consumer
a few minutes when we
expectations?
get into discussion.
Oh, sure, absolutely. We want to do that.
No,
Yeah.
I don't think so. I didn't. So the one other thing for certain that's on our outline, and will be a part of our report, and another area that needs a lot more work yet, is to really address the not now.
Right.
Or maybe many different iterations of not now, since it's no longer just now and not now, but there are many not nows. So we're going to have a section about that. And I think we've heard today numerous times that there are some existing limitations in the delivery of audio descriptions, and they fall into a number of different categories. And as we move forward, months, years down the road, there will be ways in which the evolution of technology and the evolution of distribution technologies will allow us to improve the way audio descriptions are delivered and used by consumers. And we want to have a pretty meaty section about that. And so that's the one remaining area. Now, we also received, the working group received a series of questions last Friday, and Kelly talked about some of the questions that his group received from the staff, specifically from Allison and Pam, I believe. And in fairness, the committee, the Working Group 2 group, has not discussed these questions. To the extent that there are things on this list that we haven't yet talked about, I'm not comfortable in saying that we will or will not be addressing them yet. But I can take a quick look at them here and just throw them out. I'll scan through really quickly some of the things that were in there. What schedule of deadlines does VPAC recommend for the provision of video description? To some extent, at least part of that falls in the category of, well, it's already done. The rules exist. But you know, some sub-bullets under that. For example, what about video or audio descriptions on over the internet? And that's not in any rules that exist today, and it's an area that I've already indicated we're going to be taking up, for example. There's some questions about performance objectives. Again, we're going to be taking a look at what is appropriate, what is a reasonable in-scope performance objective discussion as far as audio description is concerned. And we have spent quite a bit of time talking about that already, and we may talk about it some more here just in a few minutes. So, for example, does digital broadcast television include delivery by MVPDs, cable, satellite, and other services? Probably the answer is yes. I think we're all assuming it's yes, but that's one of the questions. Does it include delivery to various kinds of other devices like mobile DTVs and smartphones and so forth? Until I saw the question, that had not occurred to me as being in scope of what this particular group should be looking at. Doesn't mean it isn't a scope somewhere, but I don't think it's in the scope of Working Group 2. But again, we as a committee haven't looked at these questions yet. There's a number of other things we are looking at. How is video description provided to end users in a digital environment? Yes, we're doing quite a lot in that area. Are there limitations of current distribution networks? Yes, we're going to be addressing that. What are the user expectations of the features of video description? As Brad has just said, we're going to be talking quite a bit about expectations. And on the list goes. I wasn't planning to go through the whole list because, in fairness, it's just something we haven't taken up yet. So rather than continuing to be speaking from up here, let me see where we would like to take the discussion. We're looking for feedback. We're looking for questions and discussion. And so I would open the floor and see what folks have to say, unless Brad wants to jump into anything else first.
Well, Charlie, I would... we have been asked to comment on 2 items per a specific request from the Commission, and those have to do with the quality of description. And there was a bit of discussion within the committee that that topic, having to do particularly with the creation of the descriptions and the sufficiency of the descriptions and the strategies that are used to decide how something is described, might be best discussed by the group at large. That while our group is pleased to talk in some specific terms about the intelligibility of the audio track once it is created with reference to other technical standards, that the standards and applicable expectations for creating the track might be a better discussion of the larger group, since it may or may not be really tightly related to pass-through. So I think it might be an interesting idea for us to have a chat in the larger context here about that subject, about what the Commission should say with regard to the quality of descriptions.
Okay, I think the floor is open for
Yeah. And
comments,
I
questions.
know there are folks who have a lot of experience in this regard, and I think it might be useful if that were shared with the group at large.
Well, I'm not seeing anybody.
my
There's a hand. I'm sorry.
Hi, Charlie. I was going to put Claude Stout on the spot, and just, you have more experience with captioning and problems, or you've experienced problems with captioning quality, and maybe there might be some similarities between video description and closed captioning, that lessons learned. And I was just curious if you had anything to offer.
Well, I want to say that I think captioning and audio description are qualitatively different. They're really two different areas that we're talking about. When we're talking about closed captioning for video programs, with the captioning we're trying to get the complete information. With the audio description, you're trying to get parts of the information only that are missing, that are not visually accessible. The goal with captioning is that we need the complete picture. We need all of the information from A to Z. So we're looking to get the information verbatim, and sometimes with the fewest number of words. What we care about is the accuracy. I'm not speaking from an auditory point of view, but from a visual perspective. But I'm sure for folks who have visual disabilities or visual impairments, what you're looking for is to get the complete and accurate picture of what's happening. So for example, if there's information about a car driving off a cliff, you know, how much information are you looking for? You're looking just for that bit about what is visually inaccessible. So people with low vision or who are blind would define what kind of information they're looking for to be included in that video description. So I don't know that I would feel comfortable describing what that should be. For deaf people, you have to remember that oftentimes, you know, we are participating in this viewing experience along with hearing members of our family. And we want to be able to share in that and not feel like we're at a loss or that we somehow have a substandard experience because of lack of information.
Larry?
Thanks, Charlie. A few things that are that do map well between caption and description. It starts with technical quality, which I think you've mentioned already.
Yeah.
The audio mix has to be of decent quality, so the levels are proper. The bandwidth you provide to description, so it's as good a quality sound, dropouts, missing things like that. And then to get into the issues that the FCC is currently discussing around captioning, is the content is obviously a tougher one, and it's actually been under discussion in the world of video description for a number of years now, with 3 or 4 different actual efforts going forward with trying to define what makes a good description. I don't think we're there yet. I think there's a growing sense of, I know it when I hear it, but in terms of putting a technical quality measure on it, it's much tougher. And I think Claude, in essence, mentioned that. But as a bare minimum, the technical quality, I think, can be dealt with right off the bat.
Thanks, Larry.
If I could-
I'm sorry. Did somebody have?
If I could, can I clarify, Larry? Thank you. Brad Hodges, AFB. When you say technical quality, Larry, in that last comment, you're referring to those, the intelligibility or the mix and that type of information, or that type of
Yes,
quality.
that's what
Thank
I
you.
would mean by
Yeah.
technical.
Okay.
Okay, just a second, Joel.
Joel.
Go ahead.
Testing. This is Steve Jacobs from Ideal Group Apps for Android. While I'm certainly not an expert on audio description. I can give you some firsthand experience or opinion on a project that we're working on. Khan Academy has about 2,500 mini video tutorials. We've developed an app that enables you to audio describe these educational videos. Unlike a movie, where you have to fit your audio description very tightly between actions. In educational type videos, for the most part, we're finding that you can actually pause the video. Somebody's saying, okay, we have 3 pieces of fruit. You pause it, and the audio description is 3 pieces of fruit are drawn on the board. You know, 3 little orange circles or whatever. So it is easier, from my inexperienced standpoint, to audio describe videos of an educational nature that lend themselves to pausing the video and inserting the audio description. In addition, it is very easy to type the audio description in and have a high quality text-to-speech voice read the description. So you have a constant voice that you get used to if you happen to like some of the high-quality voices on the web. And that is not difficult to do. That's all my experience is, but I have examples of this with me if anybody would like to see it. Thanks.
Interesting, Steve. Thanks. I'm sure there'll be some comment probably. Oh, okay. Get me back up here. Leave this one on. Okay, there we go. Thanks a lot. I'm sure there'll probably be some reaction to that in a moment. I think we've got 2 or 3 other hands. Let me get one over here, and then Joel, you're absolutely next. Go ahead.
Hello, this is on. So this is Naomi from Google. I wanted to follow on both Claude and Larry's comments on quality and how the quality of captions and audio description, we're looking for different things. I think that's absolutely correct. But from a technical standpoint, I think what Steve Jacobs is leading into is that we are really on the cusp of new technologies which can make audio description possible and easier to create. On these new technologies, I think about our mobile phones. More and more mobile phones have the ability to speak to us. More and more devices have speech synthesis built in, and if you look at the specification for HTML5, it has provisions in it for providing audio description, just as straight timed text. And there's incredible potential here to simplify the process of creating the audio description files. Just as for captions, we saw with closed captions over open captions, suddenly it became much easier to create them, and it also provided consumers with much more opportunities to do different things with them. So for instance, an audio description file which is provided as timed text can interact with the video player, can stop the video player, can allow the consumer to speed it up or slow it down according to their needs. And I think something that's been missing so far from the discussion has been what standards will we need for audio description? And I say this as the person who's constantly saying, don't require any one standard. Well, I'm also going to say, don't require any one format. I think we should be open to the possibility that in the very near future, audio description will not just be transmitted as audio files. And the more we can identify the performance needs of what audio description is from a consumer standpoint, I think the better those standards will be able to evolve in future. Sorry, I was a little long-winded. I'll hand this back.
Thanks, Naomi. I think that speaks well to the not now and all the possibilities that may be out there in the future. I think, Joel, you're next.
Yeah. Thank you. Joel Snyder from Audio Description Associates. Just to pick up on that point from our representative from Google there, it's not so not now, Charlie. At least 10, 15 years ago, audio description was being delivered in Braille, was being delivered as text with cues to fit within a program. Videos are being created now and DVDs where you basically like hyperlink to description. These are called enhanced description essentially. Ryerson University in Canada is creating description from the get-go, from production, programs that are created with description in mind. The characters describe as they go, similar to Theater by the Blind in New York, or Theater Beyond, Breaking Through Barriers now as they're called. So I thoroughly agree that a lot of this stuff has been happening and will happen in the near future. I'm not sure it dictates what we need to be doing in Working Group 2 in answer specifically to the report and order, paragraph 50 and 51, about quality and about the dissemination of information. With respect to quality, I see it as encompassing writing, voicing, recording of description. Larry spoke to the recording, which includes the mix, and not just the mix, even before the mix happens, the recording levels, etc. Believe me, there's a lot of awful description out there. It's unintelligible. It's not recorded at proper levels, etc. That kind of thing. Writing, though, and voicing as well are more akin to each other. The question I ask when I train describers, what is essential to an understanding, he points to his head, and an appreciation, his hand is on his heart, of the program or of the visual image. If those things can be answered with the description, squeezed into those few precious seconds, if need be, between bits and pieces of dialogue or sound elements. Just because there's no dialogue doesn't mean you describe. The worst descriptions are the most wordy descriptions generally. So, and finally, so I think there's room for Working Group 2 to address this without setting particular standards. Maybe some overall principles, guidelines, best practices. Larry referenced it. There are several guidelines out there, actually more than several if you look around the world. People are getting master's degrees and PhDs in audio description at least 5 universities in Europe right now. So it's being studied, it's being looked at. The American Council of the Blind is finalizing its own user-focused guidelines and exploring how they would be the foundation for certification of describers and description programs and such, because users of description feel it's essential that the description be written and voiced and recorded professionally and of the highest quality. So those are some of the issues that I think we need to just at least address preliminarily, and then the dissemination of information issue as well. How do folks find out what's being described at all, and of course how to access it.
Thank you, Joel.
Yeah.
I'm going to react to one thing there that leads, and other things lead to as well. And I spoke to it a moment ago. It's not totally clear to me what the report from Working Group 2 and the VPAC, based on our report, would lead to in terms of regulation or recommendations or whatever. But it occurs to me that, somehow, some way in all of this process, there may be some recommended practices that need to happen. And maybe some of the work we do leads towards that, but I'm not sure how that works within this process. But it occurs to me that maybe there's something there. Larry?
Well, certainly looking to the existing research on any of these issues will be the starting point. It's been a 3-year project now that IBM Japan has done on using text to speech description.
I don't think we've got your audio.
No?
Now we go. No.
So looking at the research is very useful, because IBM Japan, with our help, has been looking at the use of text-to-speech for description, and it was pretty clear from a few hundred users that it would be a very limited circumstance, mostly educational or governmental information, if you try to apply it to a dramatic or most of the fare that will be described on TV in the coming years. It was very much disliked by the community after a long series of tests, and those are published papers that should be looked at. As the synthesis gets better, I'm sure it could be applied eventually, but for now, look to the research. The other thing, just to make sure everyone understands, the crowdsourcing type work that Steve Jacobs and Naomi talked about where you could actually pause a video insert. That would only be for web-based media. You certainly can't apply that to broadcasting or cable, where the user doesn't have that option of pausing the program, unless that's something you're building out that I don't know of. But I know DVRs, I guess, is a way to do it. But that would be just for the web-based media.
Oh, Kelly. Oh, just a second, Kelly. Let's see what Brad's got. I'm sorry.
Thanks. Over here, please. Thank you, Larry. That's an
They're working their way around here. Let's try it again.
Brad, put your hand up.
Oh, I'm sorry. There we go. That's an interesting and rather provocative comment, Larry. I'm wondering if anyone cares to respond to that. It's a lot to chew over in light of that research in Japan.
Look, Larry, Naomi wanted
Naomi
to
or Steve? Not to put you on the spot, but it's,
well, it started with your comment, Steve. So why don't you go first? Then we'll let Naomi. We'll get to you, Kelly.
Once again, I'm not an expert and can't argue with scientific research. What I don't know are which voices were used for the audio description. All I could do is show you some sample voices, and you won't be able to tell a voice from a human being. Sounds absolutely nothing like a computer. Could very well be that that is unacceptable, and I don't have any insight into that. But before we write the possibility off because of a study or two done in Japan, I think a lot of people need to take a look at the technology that is out there today, the quality of voices that are out there, and they may be surprised.
I thought you were going to tell us that that's really not you talking, that's your device.
The device would sound better.
Naomi.
Yeah, Naomi.
Hello, the microphone. All right, the microphone is on. Now I've moved away from it. Sorry. Okay. So first, I'm not sure where the comment about the web and crowdsourcing. I think when I think about broadcast content, I think about any content which was at one time delivered over broadcast TV. But we're seeing today a lot of that content is migrating to the web in many different forms. And my hope is that the content which is produced for broadcast could be redistributed on the web in a fully accessible form. I think that's in large part what we are discussing. I'm not sure how crowdsourcing enters into it. What we're talking about is really enabling technology in the near future to empower people to more efficiently and less expensively spend the effort on description on areas like quality rather than things like video, like audio production. And today it's a very time-consuming process to do this. In the future, it's possible that as new technologies evolve, that we'll want to embrace them and use them in audio description to provide consumers with greater choice. We're seeing the first seeds of this being set in the discussions around HTML5. And I use that as an example, but I think any player which exists on a device, whether it's in a browser or not, could potentially be doing similar things. So I think that was the points we were trying to address.
Thanks. I want to get back to Kelly, but let me see. Marlena, was your comment on this same thread that we're on?
Yes.
Okay, let's go ahead and get that. And then, so raise your hand over there. Okay, maybe we got you.
Okay. Yeah, this is Marlena Lieberg. I just wanted to make a brief comment about the potential use of synthetic speech. And while I certainly haven't heard what you're speaking of, Steve, I think what is very important to bear in mind is not whether the voices sound human or humanoid. It really is the inflection and the lack of, any sort of I don't want to say emotion, but I can sit down and I can read with some pretty darn sophisticated, very human sounding voices. but he still stabbed her, and then he left the room, and that's what people object to. So I just kind of want to, again, throw the advocacy hat in the ring and kind of make it clear that it's not just the quality of the human voice, it's the presentation, and that's really where I think we would want to look if we looked at this aspect of providing descriptive video.
Okay, Naomi, you first. We don't
Sorry,
have you yet.
not in yet.
There we go.
Here we go. I think those are very important points to take into consideration. In fact, when we started looking into how we would produce audio description on the web, I fought against it, and I said, but we need voices to sound human. Voice technology is evolving very, very quickly, and I would like to see us capture some of these recommendations in the quality recommendations from consumers so that we could say, you know, perhaps today the voices are not sufficient to these needs, but in the near future, if they are, they should be entirely appropriate to that purpose. And to further address the question of the study in Japan, I think it would be really important to look at this here in the United States, where people have very different expectations. For example, in Japan, people expect to see captions on all the time, whereas here, there's been strong consumer pushback against that.
It was funded by IBM in Japan. It was conducted in the United States. And you can Google the study. I'm sure you could find it on the web somewhere. And the voices that were used were the highest quality available in the market when the study was done, and the third phase is coming up this year. And hundreds upon hundreds of blind people actually listened to samples and tried it out. So I'd just suggest take a look at it and see what the response was.
So I think it'd be great to send that out to the group. My point is really that we should not bias ourselves against a future technology based on what we have today.
Okay. At some point, I probably need to stop this thread and get back to where we were, but Diane, go ahead.
Thank you. I just was going to say that this discussion is all very interesting to me. It kind of highlights how very subjective questions of quality are in this area. And given that this is a new obligation that's being imposed, perhaps we should be careful about stepping into this very subjective area. I mean, I think it makes sense to point out some of the issues that have been raised, some of the discussion that's been going on, but in terms of coming up with any sort of recommendations, to me, seems quite premature.
You know, I'm the one up here in the front, so I'm going to take the liberty of resetting the hand-raising tool here and get back to Kelly, and we'll go from there, all right?
So where we started was, should the FCC get involved in establishing quality? No. That's really clear. Not respecting the technology question, and I think it's true for everything, that the CVAA is very forward-looking, and you have to look at using every tool to make every type of programming as accessible as possible. But from my perspective, as a former announcer and a broadcaster, I see this as an art form. This is a creative work. And the creative work brings in, like, you listen to Joel's voice. He's got a great voice. You know, so you know, when you talk about the three things that you brought up, which is the writing, you know, is this thing written well? Yeah, well, that's not something that you can legislate or you can regulate. Was it written well? Was it accurately described? I mean, that's a creative, that is a subjective thing. How is it voiced? Whether it's human or not, how good is that voicing done? And at the end of the end of the day, how is it mixed into the program? How is it recorded? How is it mixed? And how is it produced? And having seen some of this done, it's really a creative work. And I don't know how. I think, and I will advocate this when I get back involved, I don't see how you can, how a regulatory body can wrap its head around this. Maybe there are issues when we do look at some of the, what I would date, you know, a machine-driven, automated, you know, based thing. There might be some issues that you discover down the road. Yeah, we need to be careful how that's mixed, or give the consumer some ability to dial in a volume or something that you necessarily wouldn't have. But I just see this as a creative thing. So I'll throw this out. No, the FCC needs to stay away from this. You'll run yourself down a rat hole trying to get a handle on it. I think Larry said it. You know good descriptions when you hear it, And when you don't, hopefully the blind and visually impaired community will go back and, you know, to those, sort of find its path back to that service provider and say, you're not doing such a good job. And so maybe they'll do better. That's my 2 cents.
I see a few hands showing up on the tool here. Yeah, but Brad, go ahead. Let's get the microphone on over here. Hold on.
Okay. I'm on. Hi.
Start talking. Hello.
Starting to talk. Watch your,
there we go.
There you go, big guy. Let me ask you just to follow up, Kelly. I clearly hear your answer to the question of should the commission regulate. Is it reasonable for the commission to point to an agreed upon set of standards or set of criteria that are recommended for those creating this type of content?
I wouldn't, but I don't hear that there's one. So
Group
of how many? A dozen?
Take your pick, Kelly.
Yeah. So in this regard, captioning informs us a little bit, because captioners are certified. And I don't want to speak for that either. People in this room would know more. Captioners are certified. So again, do you want to get the government into regulating that?
Certified.
Yeah, they are. Okay, they are trained. We can argue it. They can be. They can be. So, but there are also different training organizations that do it. All right, and they maybe treat different ways. But I think it's always good to point to an industry best practice where you can. That you should always use good best practices. But the one that your company develops might be different than the one that your company develops, the one that Ryerson uses. And I'll step back because I'm wandering in an area that probably Joel knows more about.
Oh, okay.
I'll take that as a yes.
There are a fair number of people trying to jump in here. If I got it right, Joel's hand was next, and then we got Cheryl and Lisa over there. I don't know which one of you, but we'll get to you next.
Yeah, this is Joel. I don't think, I'm certainly not speaking of, and I don't interpret FCC report in order, paragraph 50, as asking for regulation or wanting to regulate how description is produced. It is what are issues regarding the quality of description. And I'll come back to that in a second because I do want to address the Japanese study. Larry's absolutely right. I invited the two principals, authors of the study, last year, was it, to the Audio Description Project conference that we had out west. They gave a wonderful presentation. I listened to their synthesized speech. I couldn't believe it. And this is coming from someone who's made their living, you know, for 30 years voicing description, voicing spots, commercials, radio work. It's got to be a human voice. What it's got to be is, and this goes to Marlena, it's got to be in consonance with what's on the screen. And that is the phrase that I use when I train describers. Train describers. I mentioned that you can get graduate degrees in audio description. I thoroughly reject the notion that something that's creative is subjective. I studied music at Boston Conservatory of Music. It's an art form. It's subjective. You're darn right there are best practices and standards and guidelines for how to produce voice or instrumental music. And there are standards and there is quality attached to writing and voicing and recording audio description. And it is not just taste. It's not just what I like versus what somebody else likes. There are actual things to be taught, ways to be trained, and all I'm speaking of here is, well, I'm responding to the FCC paragraph and saying, yeah, that's right. There is quality of description, and things to consider are, in a broad way. Nobody's asking for the FCC to regulate how it's written. As I said, ACB, a private organization with the interests of consumers at heart, is coming up with the guidelines and a certification process, but that's totally non-governmental.
Thank you.
Let me ask. Here we go. Just quickly, and we'll get to this clapping gallery over here. So what you just said, Joel, if I'm not mistaken, sort of plays into comments I made earlier, that there may be output from the working group and the VPAC that leads into recommended practices or whatever that may be. It may lead into some areas other than just regulation. That's kind of what I think I heard you say, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Cheryl, Lisa, both of you?
Hello, is this on? This is on? Okay, now we're on. This is Lisa Hamlin from Hearing Loss Association of America. And I have to say, my take on this discussion was totally different than yours. Listening to this, and let me also include my background with captioning. Now, and I'll start off. Hearing Loss Association of America, I know nothing about video description, but the history of captioning I can tell you about. And the history of captioning is that we have captioning on now. And yes, there are some certified, wonderful, wonderful captioning places and individuals who make terrific captions. But we also see garbled, non-existent captions. And part of the reason for that is we have no standards of quality. If standards of quality had been set up years ago, then we would have a baseline and say, this is what we need to have. Now we can, as long as something's up on the screen, I can't complain, because at least I may not be able to understand it. I'd be missing huge portions. It might say Iraq instead of Iran. It may say something that I don't get, and I miss the meaning. But because I've got my captions, I can't complain. So my advice to this group is, and especially the consumers on this group who actually understand, and the people who create and understand video description or audio description, I'm not sure which term we're using here, but you who understand it now can create a baseline and look at those standards and recommend to the FCC, look, this is what at least it should have. If you go beyond that, that's terrific. You can do that. But let's create something so the FCC doesn't have to struggle 10 years from now when you complain and say, gee, you know, there's something up there, but I can't tell what the hell I'm getting, because there was never any standard that people could come to and say. And I think that's also good for providers as well, because then they say, okay, I know what I need to provide. I know I've got to reach to this. Not I'm guessing, or I'm getting the cheapest guy who just got, you know, who decided that, yeah, I can do audio description, knows nothing, you know. Same thing with captioning. We've got some new captioners who may be struggling. Maybe they're wonderful people, but they just don't know how to do it. Whatever it is, we need standards, and I urge the consumers on this committee who know this stuff, work to create at least recommendations for that.
Thank you. Okay, John Card.
Hello, John. John Card from EchoStar. So my job title is Director of Standards and Technology for EchoStar, and I appreciate the need for standards both in technical areas as well as industry best practices, as well as standards of other types. I would love to understand in more detail the kinds of proposed recommendations that, as a VPAC member, I will probably be asked to sign my name to. So if there's text that comes into Working Group 2 that, hey, here's a draft industry practice, or here's a finalized one, bring it into Working Group 2. I'm not sure why we haven't seen that yet. So I'm happy to read, review, understand. I believe I agree 100% with the concerns here, but I don't know what I'm being asked to support. And I suspect most of the rest of us not familiar with this area are in exactly the same position. We are not right next to the problem domain. So please educate us.
Thanks, John. I see Andy Scott.
How about now? Okay, great. Can you hear me now? You put me up to that. So I agree with I agree with John. I'm a little unclear. I think I agree. but I'm not sure what I'm signing up for. What I think I don't want to do as a VPAC Working Group 2 member is spend what sounds like it might be an inordinate amount of time crafting some recommended practices. And by the way, I make a distinction as an engineer, I think John does too, between quote-unquote standards and then best practices and recommendations. So let me say that from the outset. I think they're fundamentally two different things and could fundamentally lead down two different trails if we're not careful. I don't think anybody wants to be regulated, to Kelly's point on this, but at the same time, it sounds important. However, I don't want to create something from whole cloth, and so if there are already existing bodies of work out there, we would, I think, welcome that information brought into the group, and let's take a look at it. I don't think anybody's opposed necessarily in having some well-crafted best practices in this area, but at the same time, we've got a lot on our plate in a short time to get there, and I don't know that we want to invent this stuff from whole cloth, so thank you.
Thanks, Andy. I think the question, to try and paraphrase, is this is good work, but is Working Group 2 the right place to be doing it? And I would have probably asked the same question if somebody had, and I don't know. I don't know the answer yet. Let's get to John over here.
This on? Is this one on? Oh, yeah.
Yes, okay.
Just to add about 20 seconds of input here. You know, when you ask for some best laid practices, but you don't want to start regulating and saying, you know, a car should be described as this and this and this, that's not what we're asking for. We're just asking for some general guidelines. For example, you know, we don't like, just in general, we don't like the narrator tell us emotions on a face, like, you know, he's happy now. No, we like to know that he's smiling, that he's jumping up and down, that he's, so, you know, things like that. Or don't talk over characters speaking. Or don't try to talk too fast so that people can't understand you when you're talking, you know, type of things like this. Just broad, general guidelines. And I think if we have 3 or 4 of them, like, you know, describe the related signs and let the viewer draw the inference that a person is happy, speak in a reasonable tone, don't interrupt dialogue. Just 3 or 4 of those really handy type of guidelines is going to go a long way to alleviate people's concerns about good versus bad description, I think.
Thank you. I think, Steve, you're...
Just one. This is Steve Jacobs. Just one point of concern, and I don't know. Joel, when you were speaking, you spoke with passion. And I doubt whether a text-to-speech synthesizer can ever do that. Nothing's going to replace that. But my question is, do the current standards or guidelines specifically reference human speech? Or are they void of the reference of human speech, leaving the door open for what might come in the future?
Go ahead, Joe. I don't know the answer.
I've looked at probably 7, 12, I don't know, versions. Still not that. I've probably looked at up to a dozen versions of guidelines, ranging from the oldest ones in the UK, the Ofcom guidelines, to some here and in other countries. I don't think the word human appears. So, you know, it is maybe it's a bias or a prejudice because that's the way it's always been done. But as I say, even someone who has done it as a human for 3 decades, I'm open to the idea that synthesized speech may get there, largely because of what I heard from the test, the project, Larry's project with IBM.
Okay, I see at least 2 more hands, and I will go ahead and take those next, but I was just going to say we've spent a substantial amount of time in the category of quality or performance objectives, to take the language out of the CDAA, and maybe that's exactly what we should be spending our time on. But I want to be sure that if folks want to hit other topics, we have a little time left for that. But let's pick up at least 2 more hands. Go ahead. Back there.
Thanks. Greg Fields from RIM. To that point, so we can move on, I sent an email to VPAC and all alternates, the MEDIAC best practices and guidelines for descriptive video as a starting point. So this is fresh off the press, version 1. Next.
Okay. Amy?
I wanted to point out the inherent bias towards human speech may be implicit in the assumption that audio description will be provided as an audio file, and so I would like for the working group to consider the possibility that it might be provided, say, as a timed text file instead, or some other format. Maybe not today, but at some point where it meets the quality specification.
Good, good. Is there any other hands on the topic? Okay, Brad, what do you think? Should we see if folks want to move to some different topics related to audio descriptions? Well, let's get your microphones.
Am I up? Here we go. Thank you. Brad Hodges, AFB. I think Charlie and others, colleagues, this has been extremely helpful. I've captured both some notes here and in my mind some very important domains of this conversation, which we'll certainly capture in our report to this group, and I would urge us all to keep in mind that this is the group that will be putting our collective names on the bottom line, and so this may be an area to, of course, revisit and ensure that there is a consensus and a commonality of thinking on it. And I appreciate everyone's passion and knowledge. Thank you.
Thanks, Brad. So the floor is open again for any description-related questions, comments, discussion. Well, people are thinking about whether they have. Okay, go ahead, Larry.
So I know the wonderful work that CEA has been doing.
Gotcha.
In the get this right, DTV audio metadata normalization working group to resolve this really big issue around proper tagging of programs, and that must be incorporated in a variety of ways into what you're doing, right?
Yes, go ahead, John.
This is John Carr from EchoStar. I'll speak up if others on the working group are have different opinions. I'm sure they'll speak up too. I chair that working group within the CEA. We produced almost a year ago now a recommended practice, CEB 21, that does describe and does address some of the issues that have come up in the VPAC already that deal with being able to set preferences for video description versus non-described versus languages, things that a receiver built to those recommended practices will presumably be more useful and more forward-looking than what is available today. Our current work within that working group, supported by Larry's folks at WGBH as well as a number of other members, revolves around what Kelly would describe as the how do we get from the now to the near now. We know that current broadcast practices use the standards in such a way to make it difficult to find described audio, and we have a suspicion, a strongly supported suspicion so far, but only kind of a belief, not evidence, that there are methods to enable existing televisions not to go silent while newer generation devices built to the recommendations to be able to use the full sets of metadata. So we are in that working group right in the middle of investigating a number of different options. I hope to have a report back to at least working group 2 members in the next few months, certainly before the VPAC report goes out. But there are a whole bunch of folks who are in this room, as well as many others who are not, who are doing our best on the technical side to help solve these problems before they really create chaos.
Okay.
Thanks, Larry.
Go ahead, Larry.
Okay to just say how excited in a geeky way I am by the notion of tagging programs in a variety of ways so they can both be backward compatible and forward is just great, and should have thought of it years ago, but I'm really hoping that works out well.
That's either the credit of one of the working group members or his fault, and we'll wait to see how it turns out before we name names.
Go ahead, Brad.
If I can, Brad Hodges, AFB. If I can just focus my agreement with John's summary there to my consumer colleagues, this would provide the foundation, and perhaps in the nearer term than we had hoped, to alleviate some of these issues of of equipment not responding properly, or odd or unusual names, or, you know, looking for one thing but finding another, all those things that we confront, quite a bit of that perhaps being alleviated in the nearer term, and I am likewise cautiously optimistic.
Okay.
And then that folds neatly hand in glove with more robust attention to the sets of data which comprise the electronic program guides, and of course the one not necessarily having anything to do with the other. That's the other frustration. As sort of an outsider, it took me a while to get my head around, oh, this information appearing on my screen comes from one place, and this information appearing on my screen, or potentially appearing on my screen, came from a different place, although it looks and feels like the same information.
Yeah, if I may, I think we're okay on time. I'm going to elaborate on that, because when the working group 3 discussions were taking place, it occurred to me that there might be confusion when there was some talk about metadata, and then there was some talk about metadata. And what Brad said is absolutely correct, at least in the cable, satellite, and telco worlds, not necessarily so in the broadcast world. There's the data that may actually accompany the content, some tags or some information that may describe something about the information, in this case the audio, metadata associated with it. And then in the case of satellite and cable and so forth, we have program guides, and that data comes separately. They're pretty accurately synchronized, but it is completely separate information. And we in Working Group 2 have been looking at the latter in particular, but we're looking at both some, and talking about how we might be able to work end to end in the process to ensure that the program guide eventually has the ability to show whether a program has descriptions. Brad spoke of this a little bit ago when we talked about consumer expectations, and that the 2 primary providers of that metadata, which ultimately leads into program guides, those being Rovi and Tribune, those 2 both have some level of ability to do this. Tribune seems to be actually doing it in some cases. Rovi has got fields in a database and so forth to do it. There's still a lot of work to be done, because all of us who have program guides that might ingest that data have to rewrite our software in some way to be able to do something with it and display it on the screen. But it's an area that we've been looking at. But what Brad was just kind of getting at is that data that shows up in the program guide on the screen is actually different from the data that may accompany the content. That isn't necessarily true in the case of over-the-air broadcast, picked up over the air and displayed on a television. Is that right, Kelly? Okay, just to complete that. And I'll still watch for hands, but I know that our co-chairs, Wayne and Larry, would like us to talk a little bit about timeline, Brad, so we probably should do that. And I know that the staff would like us to finish up a little bit early, and I'd be happy to do that.
A quick question, if I could. So, if I may, Charlie, thank you. Rod Hodges, AFB. This is one of those learning experiences, and you know, just when you think you're comfortable with an understanding of something, new information comes your way, and you realize everything you knew was wrong, to quote Firesign Theater. I was chatting with a colleague who in the discussion told me that his organization takes the data that they receive from the provider and spends some good deal of effort and resource to correct and ensure the accuracy of that data, and also to add the content that they provide directly to the customers, and then that data goes into the customer's set-top box. Is that the situation with other providers? Charlie, maybe you could speak to Comcast and others. Do your organizations find it necessary to augment or correct or supplement or edit that data, those data?
I'm not aware that we do, but I may not know the answer. Is anybody here that can answer that question? Yes, Jeff.
Yeah, I'll stand up. I mean, I can speak to Bright House and Time Warner. Basically, the data is taken from Tribune, but it is augmented with a variety of other data, with the VOD data, okay, and also with other graphical features, and also sometimes the data is expanded, recommendation engines, so on and so forth.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thanks.
I have a reason for asking, so thanks very much.
So, Brad, shall we
Yes, sir.
make a stab at what we think our timeline for Working Group 2 might be to get a report? We at one point had a fairly aggressive schedule amongst ourselves. I think we're probably not quite on that schedule. I believe that would have called for sometime even this month to get a draft report to the full VPAC for preliminary review. We're not presenting it here today, and I don't think we're going to be presenting it this month. But we still are hoping to have, a final draft, whatever that means, as soon as possible. I know I was asked by Wayne earlier today if we could do that by February. Yes. My reaction was, I sure hope we can do it a lot sooner than that. Brad, you want to comment on that?
I think that's fair, and following the lead of the previous group of our colleagues, certainly we will expect to have something to everyone here in time for your perusal and consideration, ample perusal and consideration prior to our early February meeting time.
So,
hopefully my Christmas gift to myself and my colleagues is to have it done a good deal of time before then, but there's a certain point at which you stop believing in Santa Claus, so there you are.
So Allison has walked out, but Allison asked me if we could, there she is, if we could wrap up a little bit early, and it appears that is happening, a lot early. Well, so with that, I'm going to take one more shot. Has anybody got anything else to contribute? If not, we may be able to give everybody a little bit of time in their day back. Go ahead, Pam.
Hi, this is Pam Gregory. Just listening to today. Today's been great, and I've really enjoyed the dialogue, and I think it's very healthy and much needed. But listening to working groups 2 and 3 and 4 and all having questions about what they're responsible for, maybe identifying gaps, it may make sense, and I'm not going to look at Kelly when I say this, but maybe the co-chairs of working group 2, 3, and 4 could get together and identify and work out some of the overlap issues or the gaps.
I also think that it would be, one of the things that worked really well with Working Group 1 was having a very detailed timeline right around this point that outlined what your action items were and the dates that you would be completing them. And I think it would be very helpful for each of your working groups to do that as well, because otherwise the time may slide, and whatever you don't do, we have to do. It's not that we don't want to do it, we just want your input. So if we could say that within, let's say, 2 weeks, you provide us with that timeline for each of the working groups, I think that would be very helpful.
That sounds reasonable to me. And to Pam's comment, I think some meetings or calls of the 3 remaining working groups co-chairs seems like it could be valuable. I'm certainly happy to participate in that, and maybe we could drag the VPAC co-chairs into that and some of the staff or whatever makes sense, but it sounds like a good idea. What else? Well, I know that there's some wrap-up and a few other items to be covered, but I do believe this completes the discussion for Working Group 2. Thanks, everybody.
All right, end this.
At this point on the agenda, even though we're early, we're going to ask for anyone in the audience that has any public comment or has any questions. Nobody that I can identify. Am I missing anyone? I think Wayne is probably going to do some wrap-up, but real quickly, please leave your name badges on the table. We keep those and recycle them. We don't have enough money to buy new name badges. And the same with the tent cards. Just leave them there at the table and we'll pick them up and we'll use them at the next meeting. And thank you, everyone, because I started with 7 flash drives and I have 7 flash drives. Yay! And now I'm passing it off.
Just one second. I just want to mention one thing before you close. I mentioned this morning that we are going to be having a conference on mobile accessibility, an international conference on December 5th. I do have some paper brochures. I also have it electronically if anybody wants it, but if anybody wants to grab one of these before you leave, they'll be over here. Again, please remember to recycle all of your bottles and cans. Thank you.
Just a couple of, I suppose, couple of housekeeping things. First, for the next meeting, and I'll talk about the timing on that in just a minute, we will still be looking for sponsors for the food. And if your company is willing to do that or share a portion of that, please let Pam or Allison know. They help you facilitate it, but they don't help you pay for it, which is fine. Secondly, the results of the survey on the sheets that you turned in before lunch today ended up with the a date that I think we'll try to move forward with, and that is Thursday, February 9th. That one seemed to be the one that received the most votes in this super survey that we took. And maybe this time it'll stick. It's always difficult to change on the fly, and so if anybody really has an issue on that, I backed Allison and Pam very quickly to see if we need to perhaps move one day or another, but that's the result of the survey. Did you want to talk about the visit?
Okay. When we're done wrapping up here, there's going to be a demo in the Technology Experience Center. That's completely optional. You guys are free to go, but there are a lot of accessible technologies in our room over there, including one demo that John Herzog has set up, which appears to be working at least for one channel. So to the extent that you guys are able to follow us over there, it's just up the hall. That's it. Is there anything else?
That's it.
Is there anyone else who has any kind of an announcement or something that we should say before we declare success and adjourn? I guess success. Thank you to everyone, and we stand adjourned.
Nicely done. Sure.